Welcome in, everybody. How are you doing? Happy Friday! That's right, this is a surprise stream. Behold, an impromptu stream. Yeah, I was supposed to leave tonight, or so I thought. But turns out I seemingly have communication issues with some of my friends. We misunderstood each other's, so we're leaving tomorrow. So I'm here tonight, and since I won't be here on Sunday because I'm with them, and since last stream we weren't able to finish the project because my whole internet crashed on me, you know what? Fuck it, let's do this, let's finish this project. I've been super frustrated that I wasn't able to finish the project, and I'm a little bit frustrated that my plans are disrupted. So let's take out my frustration on actually doing stuff. So yeah, welcome in everybody. Congratulations, Kaz, for getting both the esteemed title of first and for celebrating your 6th month as a mod. Congratulations. That's nice. And also, welcome into the cheese zone, getting 20% more Coulommiers today for a grand total of 52%. Nice. Yeah, GG Kaz. Thank you so much for accepting to be a mod. I kinda jumped this on you initially. um, and yeah, thank you so much for being such a wholesome and awesome member of this community. I'm glad to have you here. And welcome in Flame too. Ever there, Flame? How are you doing, friend? And welcome in Zeta to all the friends today coming in. It's lovely to have you all here on this impromptu Friday stream, where I have my very first achievement. I'm pretty sure it's my first achievement. Let me check. Oh no, it's my third achievement actually. Oh no, yeah, well, I don't know. Could be more. Because this one Kaz got there first. But I reached 100% Cervelle de Canu today. Nice. Sorry, I have the sneezes apparently. You know what? I should find a different sound, celebratory sound, for when you are the first to reach the achievement and when you are when somebody else got it. That would be a good idea. I don't know what I would change because I always get confused. And I assume I'm not the only one. I hear these trumpets and I'm like, oh, I got the achievement. No, actually, no. But you have to read to realize that. So I should make a different sound for that. But yeah, I got 44% Cervelle de Canu today. Ooh, that's a good amount. 44%, that's a lot. Which leads me to 104%. Nice. And Zeta is getting Saint Felicien today, 35%. That's also a high roll. For a grand total of 68%. Nice. Hey Pijo, how are you doing? How are you doing, friend? Wait, did you change your name? Is that what's going on? Wasn't there a third E or something? Why didn't the bot give you a shout out? Or are you just not in the list somehow? Let me check. Huh. Hey, you're not in the list? That's weird. Why aren't you in the list? I never added you? Well, it's fixed now. You should get a shout out next message you post. Always been with 2E. Yeah, then I never added you in the streamer list somehow. I am sorry, I apologize. It should definitely have happened by now. I'm usually better at that. But yeah, say something in chat and you will get your shout out, as you deserve. Unless you don't want to be in the list. I hope it's not that, but I don't think you ever told me anything
Nom 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 nom.
on that front. Hey, Hibrikime, welcome in! Entering the chase zone to become 22% more Brie for a grand total of 744% Brie. Wow. Oh, I am doing good. Thank you. I'm doing good. A bit frustrated today because of the shenanigans that are going on. Isn't the music a bit low? Or is it just me? Should I get the music a bit higher? It's a bit loud. Really? Huh. Seems fine to you? I can put it a touch quieter, I guess. Is that better, Hebe? So yeah, as I was saying, last time internet crashed on us. I think the whole neighborhood, the whole neighborhood internet crashed actually, because I found reports of like several people from the same neighborhood as me reporting internet outages with the same ISP, so I assume it wasn't just me. Might be that you're just feeling very sound sensitive. Okay, let me know if it's too high. So yeah, we were working on the logistics of bringing items up and down this building, so we can eventually, finally, start distributing the black powder that we're producing with this machine throughout the factory. We still have a bit of work to do that, and I hoped to finish it last time and wasn't able to, so we'll finish it today. I don't think it's gonna be a super long stream because I do have to be awake tomorrow morning. So I can't go super late, and we're starting kinda late already, but you know, might be like 4 or 5 hours, something like that, and then we'll be on our way. So this is the system that brings items up and down. Currently, this is all going upwards. Yes. We're distributing with this system. If anybody's new to this project and really to my Alchemy Factory streams, because we have talked a lot about this, I have implemented in my entire factory this system that you see running along the walls a lot of the time. Sometimes you see cannons, sometimes you see elevators, and every now and then you see these little columns. I guess that's the only word I have for them. I call them technical columns. Usually you'd see them completely closed. Currently everything is opened. Because we are working on that system. And so this system takes money that's being paid by the customers, and you see it enters this column over here. It takes my fertilizers that's being produced by these 3 machines, and then you see over there it gets onto that system. It takes fuel that was mostly produced over here, cork powder, and then it goes onto the system as well. So it takes all of that, and it brings it everywhere throughout the factory. Up and down, every floor has this. You can even see that we have a technical column in the shop that goes upwards over here. Mostly the main column is over here, so right above the shop. So it starts down there where we just... This is what we just saw in the shop. That's the top of it. And so it goes all the way to the top floor. You see it over here. We see it over here. Well, not quite the top floor because there's nothing factory on this floor. But to the top factory. And over here it goes across. You see we have these archways that go from one building to the next. If we go to the internal street, we have these archways over there. And so above this archway, we were right behind this wall a moment ago. You have these wall portholes that go through the wall. It goes above the archway, and the items go inside here. And then if we go up, that is where they come in. They go along the wall, they go through the wall again. I'm lost. Then they go, well, above this archway to go into this building, and at the same time you see this mechanism here. That's the start of a technical firm, so it goes upwards from here. Hey Guppy! How are you doing? A hydrate. Oh, thank you. Happy time zone, the weekend is already gone. What do you mean the weekend is already gone? No, 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 no. We are not on Sunday. It's still Friday, do not panic, do not fret. Let's still stream, so it must be Sunday or Wednesday. Yeah, no, it's Wednesday, it's actually next Wednesday. So half of the next week is gone too. We had Wednesday yesterday. It was 2 days ago. Mostly 2 days ago. I couldn't even stream super late because my internet died. No, so we won't be streaming on Sunday this week because I will be away. So instead we are streaming today. Expected to be in the mountain right now, but turns out there was a miscommunication between me and the people who are going. We are leaving tomorrow, so guess what? I'm here. So, you know what? Let's do this. Let's finish what we started. So yeah, that's the top of the arch that we were just seeing. You can see here the outline of the arch. So that's the system that we were seeing above us. And so you have these columns going upwards. and bringing items up. And also you see that you have an extra elevator in here. That's bringing stuff downwards. Well, it's because we have items that are being produced in there, mass artifacts. And so we are using this to send them to the shop. So that's another thing that's happening here. That's basically the start of the next floor. So let's go up. And so yeah, we took this opportunity also to rework a lot of the systems. We used to have a lot of belts on the floor like that. This is a remnant of them, just so I can remember that there are belts I need replacing. But we had a ton of them going like all across the floor over here. You see that we have things that still need reconnecting. So we changed that. We made a cleaner system. Basically, we took this opportunity to make a cleaner system than what we had. Initially, we had 3 items going. So yeah, I didn't explain. So we added a system that's making black powder. And that's going to be our new fuel. But we still need cork powder being transported throughout the factory to different places. So what we're going to do is we're going to use cork powder both as a fuel backup, if we're not producing enough black powder at some point, and also as basically as a its own independent line. So we went from 3 lines of items that were being transported to 4, and that required a redesign. So over here we are producing cork powder also for the Mars factory, and a lot of that is probably gonna disappear, I expect. But I don't quite know how much. This requires a full belt of cork powder. This little bit here. The rest requires none at all anymore. They require fuel that are going to go on this line. It's going to be black powder. We don't want cork powder anymore in this bit. Did I show stuff in here? I think there's interesting stuff happening in here. Well, actually not that much here. We just have, so we have the Mars artifact, and also we start having another line because we are producing some we're producing some money, I believe. Which one is it? Oh no, it's cork powder. Wait, no. This one is just the artifact, isn't it? No, that's the artifact. So yeah, this is the cork powder, I think. That we turn down? Something like that. Anyway. I'm getting confused. Wait, where did I put the money part? There's a whole money part that I completely missed. Isn't there? Where did it go? Oh, it's below. Okay. So, yeah. Okay. Okay, so this is unfinished. I think. Yeah, so we have cork powder going down here and being sent down. We have money is just going up at this point, but if we go back down 1 floor, Either I missed a floor or I got confused when explaining it. Yeah. Okay, so that's where the complicated part happens. Because over here we have a lot of things going down and then being merged with what exists in the system and then being sent back upwards. So we have coke powder that's being produced throughout this factory, as you've seen, both on this floor and, well, I didn't show it yet, but all these upper floors are coke powder. And so all this coke powder is going down, like basically right behind, I believe. Yeah, right there, this elevator here. And so this gets merged with the coke powder that already exists in the system. I don't think we can even see the merger anymore. It's below too much shit. Can I? Thank you. Yeah, there's a merger right there. And you see here there's another one, and this one is for money, because this system is producing some money as a byproduct. And so I want to use this money that the system makes so it doesn't back up and stop working before I use any other money to feed this entire system. So I have a priority merger here, and I feed it the money that comes back down from upstairs, from this elevator, right next to the actual money going up elevator. This gets sent into this monk portal because it's copper coins that are being produced, so I convert them to silver coins, and then it gets merged with the rest, right? And as I mentioned, we have Mars artifact coming down this line. And that's it. We have 3 lines going down, 4 lines going up. We could have technically a 4th line going down, but that would be a lot. And thankfully we don't need it. So yeah. So right now we are working above this, and so we need, like, the money is handled. We just need here to send down all the coke powder that's being produced and send up everything else. So that's where we are. That's where we were. And of course, every time we have these 4 portholes on the sides that take money for the bottom, then fertilizer, then coke powder, and then fuel. General fuel. Okay, so no, with that summarized, let's start working on this. And so yeah, this little porthole right there is because the floor above us, so this is still part of this machine, and then the floor above is coke powder production, entirely dedicated to coke powder production, because this machine was so hungry that we needed like 4 floors of coke powder production. It's a crazy amount of fuel that this machine consumes. And hopefully, the fact that we are transitioning a lot of things to using black powder means we're going to alleviate a lot of that. But we'll see. And somehow we're still making profit. Despite the fact that 90% of the factory is stopped right now. So yeah, so all these coke powders being produced and goes out here to this porthole, so that's the line that's going to go down to the rest of the factory. So how do we do this? Well, we have a blueprint that we have made that's going to help us a lot in doing that. So this is basically the system. You see the portholes on the side. This is basically the system that makes like a false floor inside this column and takes the items from the elevators, bring them upwards, splits them to the holes, and then we can use this. So we just need to line it up with the existing portholes that I have set up. You see that it connects. When the elevators turn blue, it means they connect. So you see it connects with the existing elevators. And that's perfect. And you see immediately the money is coming down this elevator, which is the money that's going to be used by our black powder build. So there's one thing we need to do. It's send down the cork powder. So cork powder is coming over here. I'm slightly confused as to what this elevator is. What are you? Oh, yeah. No, that makes sense actually. Okay, anyway, so the cork powder needs to go down this way. So let's take an elevator. It's going to be going down. We set it below here. Can just take this from this level. We are going to need shelves like this, and then take the cork powder, we send it down the elevator. I need my boxes so we can see, because I need a belt right there. And then you see this elevator, that's the elevator that continues to bring down the cork powder. So we just need to continue that. And we connect. And that's it, really. Good. So this works. Well, next floor, I guess. Next floor is also going to provide fuel. You see the porthole over here. So we need to do basically the exact same thing. Oh gosh, I don't know why it happens to me from time to time. I start streaming and instantly I start sneezing all over the place. Like allergies flaring up as soon as I start my stream. So hopefully I don't sniffle or anything. I try extremely hard to mute all that shit when that kind of thing happened. If I do not, I apologize. If I miss one. But yeah, hopefully that won't happen. And hopefully I don't sound congested. Oh, interesting. Wait, what? Why is this one like that? Did I... Okay, I messed that up. That's on me. Right. I'm an idiot. I missed a step. Let's remove that. You see how these elevators are lower? That's because the new system is one style lower. So we have the old system in here right now. So actually, my elevator going down is going to be ending right there. What do you have inside? Huh. I'm full of stuff again. I'll need to get rid of a bunch of this. Right, because right now you see that we have like fertilizer and stuff inside the old pipes. Like this is not gonna be fertilizer, this is not gonna be coin, this is not gonna be coke powder. That's all ancient. So the easiest is probably just to replace them. Because now we have 4 ports. And also, this entire system inside needs replacing, right? Actually, did I replace it downstairs? Let's check. I mean, I half replaced it. So we removed the old system. We reconnected. This is properly connected. So this is an elevator for fertilizer. This one's for fuel. So this is the right elevators going to the right things. But they're not connected. So we have a blueprint for that as well. Saves a lot of time. Okay, so you see the fertilizer going in. I think I have... Yeah, I have catapults set up for the money, and I have reconnected them over there. So it will receive the money too. Oops. Over here we have the same system. These floors do basically the same thing. But this one's different. So we need to connect that. So this floor basically needs, all they need is money. And we just need to bring it over here. And one lower than that. Let me put down a few boxes so I can see what's going on up there. Okay, so that's just an elevator. Easy to solve. So yeah, that's bringing money over here, which is getting sent to each individual system, but also is being like catapulted across alongside the system and also sent across with these drawbridges. So they just connect from one to the other. Like this. And I guess we can just replace the elevator to be one tile lower. And then we might have to do something special in the corner. Because, well, it is how it is. It is how it be. I'm kind of wondering if we shouldn't, like, start with the corner, perhaps? Perhaps that would help? We can try. Worst case scenario, we rebuild it. Because we do often have a little bit of leeway at the end. Yeah, but not quite enough. And if we go like 2 tiles the other way... So this needs to move 1, 2, 3 tiles back at least. And that's a shelf and a half. That's annoying. What we could do... Let's see. I think that could work. Can we have... like kind of a symmetrical to this, so it would start at this level. In terms of height, that's the height that I need to lock. So it would go like this. Would this work? Yeah, that would work. And then we can have a beam to connect above the window. I like this idea. We can use conveyor beams to connect that. No, we actually need this. We just need to remove the belt right here. Yeah. Gonna paste boxes so we can see stuff. Uh-huh. Oh, come on. Okay. This should be good enough. No! I can't! No! Ooh, a hydrate. Thank you, Gavi. Thank you for the coffee. Ah, that's frustrating. It's okay. I can fix. We can have a shelf in the middle. Like that. And then we split the difference. That's not centered. That's ugly. Two holes on each side. Perfect. Perfection. I enjoy the two holes. It looks kinda nice. And then this can meet in the center. If I can place it. Apparently I can't. I am challenged today. Apparently. Oh, come on. Why? Just place it. Ah! I'm in need of a better placement strategy for this. This is not working. Let's try that. That time I can walk all the way across. I still managed to face it, to fail it. Oh, the rage. Can you feel it? Seriously? Okay, okay. We'll survive. Maybe. Is that a rage emote? Molding. That's a cute one. Thank you for the giant emote, Guppy. It's guts. Yeah. I never noticed she had emotes like that. They're not that old, she recently added a lot. Oh, that's why then. That must be why. Okay. That should work. Oh, wait a minute. I didn't finish the job. Yeah, I guess I just placed the blueprint here. And it doesn't need to go any further. The only thing I need to fix is that. Because I reconnect two different systems, so yeah. Fucking things up a little bit. I think I want to make sure, yeah, it turns properly, because I think with the copy paste it kind of messes with things. That's the right direction. Wait, didn't it place? No, it didn't. And then we need to do the same with the other belts. Thankfully that part is not too hard, because if we target the underside of the scaffolding, it works. So that should be all. Connected. And then of course we need to connect the money. And really that's it. Alright, so next floor time. We bring in the connector. This height. Yep. So everything goes up. Over here we need the belt that goes down. And I have no idea why I jumped down, but I did. And now we can reconnect. Okay. And does the next floor send items too? Yeah, it does. Let me remove this before I get confused. Not like there's anything specific upstairs there. Can I gain a little bit of space? Yes. Okay, so the elevator for the cork folder going down. What happened here? That's the one coming from the next floor. And then we just need a little bit of scaffolding to cover over this belt. And here we go. That one is easy. Then, of course, we need... So we have connected the next floor. Yeah, that's the one we just did. Okay. I get confused because we have identical floors from one to the next. So I'm like, wait, what did I do? What did I not? So let's clean up these pipes. This one's not so important because it's just fuel, but whatever. Okay. So that goes inside, and then of course we need to replace all of that, same as below. The exact same to be precise, except we don't have the window in the same place. But really that's the only difference. In fact, we have 2 windows on this floor. I guess we still do the same strategy as the other one. It worked out pretty well, I think. So we'll just join them. Maybe... something like that? No, that's off by 1. Okay. And then I hope the beams are long enough that we can bridge that gap in one go. Let's see. Okay, now we can see. Nope. No, that's just too short. Oh, that's painful. That's painful to see. It's like 1 too short. One, two, okay. Good enough. I guess it is the same I did on the other side then. Just didn't feel like it was. Yeah, because the window doesn't go to the edge after all. Ah. Okay, there we go. Got it. Oh, I need the scaffolding. I don't know why I made it sound so dramatic. It's very dramatic scaffolding, okay? Out of steel gears. Well, that's new. I guess that's a good excuse to go and empty our inventory that was getting very, very full. So, we have a shit ton of coke powder in our inventory and a crap ton of fertilizer, but not that many steel gears indeed. I assume I'm nearly out of nails too, probably. Yeah. That makes sense because shelves are made of nails, essentially. Oh, that was a bit much. I wanted like 4 stacks, not 20,000. What else am I running short of? Large gears, I guess? Why do I have bronze and copper ingots in me? I don't know. Why am I carrying these? Oh wait. Oh, this is so slow. Can I... No, I don't think I can do better than that. Just have to wait. Or throw them away, I suppose. That's also an option. I just don't like wasting material. Ah, fuck this. I can't be bothered at all. Is there anything else? Maybe a few planks? I guess. Yeah, 4 stacks is enough, I think. Alright, let's go back. Which floor was it? Yeah, I think that's the floor we were working on. Yes. Okay. Okay, so we finished that. Good. Oh, yeah, let's not forget that part. That would be important. This elevator, of course, takes from one lower. And this is... why am I going into this menu? That's not a menu. No, not a box. Oh, I'm getting confused. Right. That does not work. We are going to have to replace that. Okay, so let's do this one first then. Come on. Okay, and then we do that one. Okay, they shouldn't mix that. And then we connect the elevator. Good. So it's a bit over the top because we're using like a quarter of these belts. We don't really need all the belts, but we might as well have it. This way it's standardized, and if we ever need something from these belts, then we have it. That's the beauty of a standardized system. After all. So we cut that. Perfect, perfect. The belt leading down, and then we can make our way upstairs to the last floor of fuel. What did I do here? I went the wrong height with the elevator. That's what happened. Better? Okay. Same treatment. Maybe not the floor. It's still kind of fascinating to me how we are making still money with most of the system just not working at all. And like not little money, we're making 400 silver. It's nothing to be thrown at. what did I do here? I thought I rotated it, but I didn't. That would be the height. We have the elevators. So all I need is love. Or something like that. Here we go for symmetry. So that's what 2 ticks. Yeah. 1, 2. Right there. And that should overlap by 1. Yep. Which means this time we already know. We'll need a shelf in the middle. Let's not act shocked. Okay. So, conveyor belts. Still hard to reach. For this one, technically we could have just removed the roof, I guess. Might have made the things easier on us. But oh well. Am I off by 1? Yeah, of course I am. I ended up too early.
Nom 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 nom.
Oh! Noises in my ears! Idling Light, how are you doing? Welcome in! Welcome in, grabbing Saint-Agur from the cheese zone! 24% Saint-Agur, which brings you to 107% Saint-Agur. Congratulations on being the very first to reach 100% Saint-Agur! And thus, on the achievement, how are you doing? Happy Friday! I have become cheese destroyer of... Wait a minute. Different thing. Good evening. Hey! Oh, am I? I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. Slight allergies tonight. But otherwise I'm doing good. I'm even finally a little bit rested. I had a decent sleep. Which is much more than that can be said compared to the last little while. So I'm fairly happy about that. And I think we're finishing this today. if my internet doesn't decide to die in the middle. If it does die again, honestly, I might just finish it offline. Because I really want us to be able to move on to another project. Which we can't until this is finished. So that's why we are working hard. Okay, so this should work. Yeah, okay.
Nom 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 nom.
Oh, the noise is in my ears. Hey Doran, how are you doing? Entering the cheese zone too. To become 37% more monster today for a grand total of 72%. Nice. Have a nice lurk. Thank you for lurking. And happy Friday. Alright, so this works. We can have the elevator and the money is flowing again. Good, good, good. That's great. Alright. Everything's reconnected. So this entire column is almost done. Because the next step for us is to connect the blackpowder. And to finally start distributing the blackpowder throughout the factory, I believe. I guess... yeah, that's connected. Below stairs is connected. This needs reconnecting because we haven't connected the fertilizer to the blackpowder build. I think that's the only one. And really... yeah, I guess it does need to be... no, it doesn't need to be coke powder. It just needs to be fuel. So there's a bit of shenanigans with that then. Oh, we haven't done this side either. That's a good point. Though, to be fair, like, that's the prospective system. We haven't really touched it because right now, like, if we go downstairs... yeah, so we're bringing stuff across down there above the arch. We are bringing it here. Then we're not doing anything with it at the moment. And we do think we're going to start like a proper column over here. There are objects above. What is above? Let me see. Is it just flooring or something? Oh, that's a money line. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. So let's just deal first with the black powder build, I think. And then we'll reconnect all these shenanigans, because we haven't dealt with these either. Like, this entire system is disconnected at the moment. Same for this, right? We haven't dealt with these at all. There's still a lot to do in the systems that we actually want to rework, rather than just replace, basically. But it's for the better, because we're going to end up with the most solid system for the future. Which is going to allow us to make better, more robust things, basically. So let's see. This. So technically this is core order at the moment, but I'm not quite sure we actually want coke powder. I think what we actually want on this line is just general fuel, but with coke powder as a backup. Which is perfect, because that's also exactly what we are outputting here, right? So maybe what it means is we just want what's coming out of this to get all the way there. We're dealing with the money upstairs. That's okay. But can't we just like have things happen on the floor? But also over here we're going to have a black powder input that's going to be coming from like everything else, basically. So we also need to think about how we deal with that. I'm almost thinking we have a merging system here inside. Same as what we have, a little bit lower. Where we have like black powder coming in as an input. And then we like send black powder in priority into the fuel line. And then secondary, we send coke powder then. So that would happen on this side, right? We have some kind of shelf here. So if I mimic it a little bit, or do I need to mimic it? Just want to know where my black powder needs to come in, basically. We have a lot of things inside to be aware of. Right? We have all these belts going around. So if we want like a black powder input somewhere inside here, it's going to need to be right there, I think. But also if we wanted to send down black powder in this column, it's kinda tricky because we can't actually easily send an extra elevator down on top of like the 8th elevator is harder because of this elevator right there. I guess we could use this space. I'm trying to think ahead, basically, because we have this machine that's going to produce 1 black powder per second. Is it going to be enough? If not, we have a space earmarked for a second machine. But is a second machine enough? So you see these markers here. If 2 machines aren't enough, maybe we need to build upwards and like have a second floor of this. Or we could move to an entire other building and I guess buy a plot of land. Oh, that fell down. Well, not this direction, but I don't know. Creaking over there or somewhere. And then go send stuff across the street, right? That would always be an option. But yeah. I'm just trying to think where our system fits in and how we merge the black powder inputs is important. Because if we design it specifically so there's a single line of black powder coming in, then we're never upgrading it. And then the next time we need to expand the system, we just have to replace it completely, right? Well, maybe not completely, but it will be much harder if we don't think ahead. So that's why I'm trying to think ahead. I find that fascinating how like this doesn't really convert to silver. Neither does this, but this does. It makes very little sense. It's fairly inconsistent. So yeah, for example, we know that we won't have a machine below because the space below is already claimed for. So this machine wouldn't fit below. So if we say, oh yeah, the Mars like comes in here and then gets sent down, then maybe this space can be used for black powder going through if need be. Which then probably means that I want my black powder to come in like over here. And so a potential elevator would come down there, right next to the fertilizer, and merge onto this belt. Right, if we... That would be what happens. And so then that's my black powder input, and then we can have coke powder taken out of its belt. And then we can have a priority merger when we send black powder, and then a secondary input we send coke powder to feed stuff. That feels alright. You know what? I think I like that. Then I can do it at this level would be best. That's one too high, isn't it? Get one lower. I cannot. Well, that's okay. Alright, so that's black powder. Oh, out of ropes. It's been a while. Yeah, those ropes. It makes sense, we've been placing so many elevators. No, that's one floor up. Yep. So, priority merge. Yellow input is the one that takes priority, I think. Let me check. Yes. That is what I did, and last time I tested it a bunch to be sure, because I forgot like 3 times in a row. Because I have a brain cell and a half, as it turns out. think we flip it. Yeah, because this is the elevator that's going to be blackpowder. And over there is the cork powder elevator. Oh, this machine is really in the way, but it might be useful in a minute. Very useful. Yeah, sooner than I think, actually. Okay, it's everything but what I want to remove. Okay, so that's cork powder going upwards. So this one is still going upwards. That doesn't change. But it stops here. It stops here, and then we are going to need like a relay. So it continues upward. Because we still some on the way, basically. And so that's the secondary input. And then it needs to continue ups. So we can have an elevator that splits and sends it back. Yeah. Okay, so that is the secondary input. The primary input is the black powder. Comes from here, goes in here, goes in here. Perfect. And so this one might be a bit tricky because it needs to split upwards and downwards. So that's the general fuel elevator here. And one thing that's not gonna be fun is we'll need to reverse it in a lot of places. Because currently we have black powder going upwards everywhere. And that's not always gonna be the case. So yeah, not gonna be very fun. But what can I do? So we can have, for example, that's going up and that's going down. Okay. Ah, it was saving. Okay, so we are distributing fuel up and down on the line, and so currently it's cork powder. Let's stop that for a minute. If we can, we can't. So let's not stop that for a minute. Okay, so black powder belt can be over there. Why did I keep this? Actually, yeah, that can work. Can remove this box. Gonna drop a bunch of ugly things, but hey, here we go. Oh gosh. Seriously? No, we have a black powder. There we go. I can go in there. Alright. 1 black powder per second. Being distributed everywhere in the system. Well, not everywhere right now. Because my fuel lines don't go anywhere right now. So that's the next issue. How do I do this? Oh gosh, this is gonna be painful, isn't it? I want to distribute the black powder so it goes down there. I think I just have to reverse the elevator. But I'm not entirely sure. Can we use the transmuter? And become small. So we can go and see. Because I think we might be able to go inside this. Right, I think that's the elevator that needs changing. But I'd like to confirm that it's the only thing that needs changing. Can I go in there? Okay. Okay, yeah. So that's the elevator coming down with currently coke powder, but it will get black powder eventually. And so currently this is going up, right? So if I make this go down, and actually, let's change this belt first. Oh no. I need a stepping stone here. There we go. Nope, I fell. Ah! It's so hard to build from inside the build. No, I fell. Why? Why am I stuck in a wall right now? Aha. Am I like inside a block? Perhaps? Yes, I was definitely inside the block. Okay, let's try again. I thought I had placed the block. It didn't place because I was inside it actually. Okay. So you're going down. Right there. Yeah, and I saw the belt becoming blue. Well, actually, can we see the items? So right now it's coke powder, but we'll get black powder eventually. No, I fell again. Can I even get back up? Eeh. I can't jump above that. I'm so small. Oh, I can't jump through the fence? That's interesting. Can I... I'm an ant. No, don't jump in the gap. Is that... Oh, I think it is. Ooh. Alright, so... Well, this part is definitely working. Not quite sure where all this black powder is going. Let me go back. I'm a big boy again. Okay, you're all going up. Oh, is it all being consumed by this? Yes, I think it's all being consumed by this at the moment. Because it is feeding it. You prefer me being a big boy than being small, maybe? Small boy? Yeah, so here this is getting mixed. And nearly none of it is going down. Everything's going. Okay. I think I need to connect the fertilizer relatively fast. Like, this is secondary, because as long as this is running, this is never gonna get used. It's just used to start, basically. But the fertilizer is required for it to run. So, do I keep the fertilizer line? It's not the size, it's what you do with it. It's what I do with it. Oh, I see. And I do great things with it, apparently. By the look on your remote's face. It is very versatile. Uh, I don't know what I'm saying anymore. Right, so put down a shelf. Yeah, let's at least temporarily just have that so the black powder is running. Let the black powder flow. Let it flow. Let it flow. Come on. Aha. I need approach here too. Good. So that should fit my black powder build. Yeah, especially since the fertilizer doesn't need a fuel input. So it only needs money, it is connected to money, so we're not gonna run out of fertilizer in this line. I mean, it might be low if the line is too slow for the entire factory, but that's the worst that can happen. Wait, really? Do you like my version of Let It Go? So next question. So this is my line of fuel going down. I'm just going to grab some of it until I have some black powder, just so I can actually see what's happening. Better. Now I can see visually where the black powder is, that's much better. So this needs to go down. And so does this. The problem is for this one. No, actually. Right, so this one needs to be replaced, which removes the entire column. Right, is there anything else on top? Yep. So there are 3 elevators on top of that. Okay, good to know. Well, no time like the present. I mean, to be fair, when I made this system, I did understand that I would probably need to redo that. And I always knew it was gonna be a pain. And I was not wrong. It is a pain. So, can I have like, a transmuter? But I don't have transmutation potions on me. Let me just grab the stack from the transmuter or whatever, or maybe half a stack. course I have no space in my inventory for that. Better. So I can become small again. Small boy. Why do I say it with this voice? I don't know. But small boy. Hammer plug? Uh-huh. Okay, so that's the one, isn't it? Doesn't feel like it. I fell down. Well, I guess let's start on this side then. Because that would be the one. Aha. I think at least. Yeah. That's very handy for getting inside the machines I built, to be fair, yes. There are a few limitations. I wish we could ride elevators like pass through or walls, etc. Basically, if we could ride anywhere where a belt can go. Because sometimes it has happened before to me that I had to dismantle part of a machine just to get inside the space in the middle to fix it. Because it was completely closed in by elevators. So it's not quite perfect for things I do. But it does help a little. I have to admit. I think that's where it's supposed to go. Or is it that one? Did it end here? Oh, I can't remember now. Yeah, I think that's the one. Nothing's coming in, so that's rather good news. Can I get onto these stairs? Ooh, yes, I can. That was completely pointless. I don't know why I did that. Maybe this? And then maybe I can have like more stairs here? Kind of a shortcut? Aha! Ah! I fell through. You're glad they thought about that? Yeah. Okay, so this one's the blackpowder. Dang it! No, we fall through the thing here. Oh, hey. Well, it's not quite perfect, but it could be worse. Hang on, maybe if I put down a few boxes? No, you know what, let's just try that again, and this time we try to make it to the floor. Yeah, I'm glad they thought about it. It's just not all I was hoping for. I thought it would make it easy to like get into my contraptions. It's not always true. But it does help a little. I have to admit. How do I do this? I think I can jump here. Yeah. And then maybe I can jump. Yeah, so you see we can't get in here. So yeah, it's complicated. Is that... I completely lost. I'll be honest. Oh, that's the merger thingy. So I need to put it up to the level of these shelves, I believe. Hang on, let's get upstairs. We're just going to have another transmutation machine here. Whatever. So I can just revert. Ah, I feel better. Okay, so where are we going again? Right here. And that's the part that's hard to see. Gosh, I really wish I would have anticipated that better. So, okay. We need to transmute. And then get inside this. Let me do a thing. Oh, maybe that's a use for these. I've never used them. Maybe that can be a walking ramp to allow me to climb on the boxes without having to place a million stuff. Whee! That's so stupid. Okay. So. This stuff goes down here. And from here... What happened here? I fell through the world. No, no. Okay, let's try that again. I have no idea what happened. I was placing the stuff, I was not touching the move keys. I wasn't touching them. And when I rotated the item, I just fell through. Yeah, just like that, see? I fell through again. How? Why? That's so definitely a bug. Can't I be standing on an elevator block? Is that the problem? Oh, because it's becoming blue. When the elevator connects... Oh, oh. I'm stuck inside the elevator. There's an unstuck, yes. Well, that's a bug report. Let's see. Send feedback. So my feedback. When small, oops, I'm in caps lock. When small, if we build an elevator and connect it to an existing one, and connect it to an existing one that we are standing on, the character falls to the elevator the moment it turns blue. Playing solo. What's my game version? 054485. Suggestion of improvement. Ensure elevator head stays solid. Suggestion for improvement. Thankfully, one thing they considered right away was this unstuck feature. Like the very first thing they announced when they announced when they released the Getting Small, the transmuting machine, was if you're stuck somewhere and you can't get out because you're too small, you can hit the get unstuck button and it will like make you big again and teleport you to the entrance where you can't be stuck. So thankfully at least there's that, where if you are in a death trap, you're not stuck there forever until the friend connects or something. But yeah. Okay, so we have this. And then we can build a bank portal. I'm going to have to take a little bit of a break because somebody's calling me. That's important. And I will be back in, I don't know, maybe 10 minutes, something. Alright, I am back. We're going to end the break, I suppose, a little bit early. Compared to the clock, it's okay. The clock, like, whatever. Sorry about that, everybody. Yeah, I had to take this call. That was a call that was telling me what time I need to wake up tomorrow, so, you know, kinda important. Uh, hey, Lanix, how are you doing? And thank you for the welcome back, Flame. If he is still here, have a great night. Thank you for being here, and thank you for being your lovely self. But I assume you're long gone at this point. It's been like 20 minutes. Head off bed, slept until 1 p.m. today, and honestly, you had to stop yourself from taking a nap after dinner. Oh no. Yeah, that happened to me a lot recently. Accidental napping. Okay, so, we're small, but not afraid. And we were about ready to start. I don't even know what I'm referencing anymore. What am I doing? Do I know? Not necessarily. Oh no. So yeah, we were building this bank portal here. So we can well, replace this part of the system. So what we are doing at the moment, if you are like Lanix, if you just arrived, for example, we have just started injecting actually black powder in the system. But that means we need to reverse most of the black powder belts because we're injecting black powder from the top of the building. And now the fuel needs to make its way all the way through the entire building. So the black powder is coming from the top, going to the bottom. So over here where we had the bank portal, this is wrong. This bank portal is the wrong direction. It's supposed to go this way. That's where the money flows. Yeah, so over here, we had elevators going on top of the bank portal and then going around. So we need to replace everything, and so to do that, we are small. We're tiny. Okay, so that's the money going upwards. Oh, oh yes. We need another elevator for the money flowing downwards. Like that. And then a belt. That goes into the bank portal, comes out the other way, money goes back up. And over there we need... well, that's the fuel elevator. So it goes down. Like this. And that should be all, I believe. We have everything reconnected. Over here at least. Okay. I think we can become big again. Big boy mode engaged. And so yeah, we have the black powder in there. And do I see black powder there? It's hard to see. Maybe if I look from downstairs. Yeah, we have black powder over there. Black powder going down. And over here, I think we haven't replaced this one though. Yeah, so this is still going up. This is still going up, so we need to replace this elevator. Okay, black powder, here we go. No, this is all gonna go across, I believe. Yeah. So that goes inside this. And we need half of it to go behind. Oh, which does mean that this also needs to be replaced and reversed. Like that. And then tunnel conveyor goes the other way, connects to this elevator, and allows the black powder to go through. Perfect. So this goes one floor lower. Hang on a minute. I'm lost. Again. Okay. So that goes over here. So it can go across to the other building. Can we go a little bit higher? Possibly too. Yeah. So now we have the items coming right out of here. Maybe I remove that bell. Okay, let's try again. Actually, might be easier from below. Because we can target... Yeah, like that. What do you mean? I do not understand what's going on here. So that's cork powder. Let's just, like, remove everything and replace it. Okay. Yeah, why? Why is this doing that? Makes no sense. Maybe... Oh, maybe that. Okay. The fact that they're meeting each other in the middle here, it doesn't like. Okay, I can fix. That's not a problem. Uh-huh. And then we have this that we just make go around. Good. I has fix. Alright. And then we continue this. That might be a bit more tricky. We'll see. So, how does it go? So far, so good, I think. Gosh, I have no idea what's happening, but that does not look good. Can I see anything? I think we're going to do the same shenanigans. We're just going to remove everything and replace it with fresh belts. Just because we don't want everything to become a mess. Oh. Also, we need to replace that. That might be part of the problem, actually. Because it did not know what to connect with. Ooh, got new skill point. Aha. Okay. That works. Let's get our new skill point. What do we get? Fuel efficiency or fertilizer efficiency? I think fuel efficiency. We maximize it. That would be good. Oh gosh. Well, that's a problem. An avalanche of stuff on the floor. Yep. Everywhere. Okay, next we need to go on the archway. I was a little bit presumptuous to remove the platforms. I now realize. Hey, Toskog! How are you doing? Oh, whoa. Oh, whoa. How is it going? Happy Friday! It's Friday. We're back on the factory! Yes, yes. Well, I want to finish this project today. I unexpectedly had the opportunity to. I wasn't supposed to be here today, but there was a little bit of a misunderstanding with my weekend. It's kind of funny. So, if you're in the Discord, I mentioned that. So, I was supposed to go with friends on a trip this weekend, and I'm still, to be fair. But in my head, we were leaving tonight, or this afternoon. In their head, we were leaving tomorrow morning. And so today I sent them a message. I was like, okay, what time do we leave? And we're like, well, tomorrow, let's stay 10 a.m. maybe? I was like, what do you mean 10 a.m.? Are we not leaving tonight? and so that's what the break was about, because we needed to replan stuff because of the misunderstanding, right? And when we talked about this, they were like, yeah, no, we were a bit confused by some of the stuff you were talking about, because it didn't make sense if we left tomorrow, but like we didn't click that for you we weren't leaving tomorrow but today. So as I say, there was some stuff I had talked about that like made no sense if we were leaving tomorrow. So for me, since they didn't appear to be so confused about that, I was like, yeah, okay, they're on with the plan. The other day, you ended up sleeping 3 hours, go to the meeting with a psychologist 1 hour, and back up to sleep like 5 hours. Yeah. I kinda had the same thing yesterday. I had a meeting. Oh, what's happening here? Oh, I'm getting shot stuff through my head. That was creepy. Yeah, I had a meeting about a job interview I had recently, and I just couldn't sleep. So I had the meeting and then I crashed. And I tried to wake up so I wouldn't like sleep halfway through the afternoon and do my entire night that way and then be unable to sleep afterwards. I partially succeeded. One person's misfortune is another's pleasure, moral stuff for you. Yeah. Though still no stream Sunday. So they get me on Sunday and you guys get me today. They go across each other here. Makes sense. I remember doing that. But yeah, one thing that's funny is because I'm kind of used to regularly do these kind of things with like other groups of friends. And as a result, I have a bit of experience of the kind of issues we've had, similar issues with organization and stuff. And so was insisting on us being way more organized than we actually were at the end of the day. And they didn't seem that interested in being like super rigorous about organization ahead of time. I think that kind of proves my point. If we had discussed more extensively the program, we wouldn't have had these issues, right? Okay, so this sends stuff across. Yep. So we have fuel going across, but we also need to have the fuel going up and down. So here I think we are just going to temporarily cut off the coke powder line so we can reverse this. Because here we need to split. Your psychologist told you to be aware, not to try and fit autism and ADHD symptoms. Apparently sometimes we can try to fit in and adopt symptoms because we can be scared of being denied the diagnosis. Yeah, that's true. It's an interesting point, because so for me, even though like for the ADHD diagnosis, for example, I had known for a year that I was ADHD because it was quite obvious in my experiences, and also I know a lot of people who are ADHD too, and who were like, yeah, no, there's like, you know, initially when I started considering that I might be ADHD, I was like, yeah, I'm kind of wondering if I'm not ADHD. And my friends who are ADHD were like, yeah, no shit, Sherlock. Obviously you are. We've known that for years. My sister was like, I mean, yeah, I didn't want to tell you, like, to impose it upon you, but yeah. Quite obviously. The well, duh. Because that's actually a problem. You, like, when you have these neurodivergent traits, it's much easier when you know about them to see it in other people than it is to see for yourself. And so sometimes you can end up accidentally diagnosing somebody because it's really obvious for you that they are, and that they obviously must know because it's so obvious about them. And then you're like, yeah, you're ADHD or you're autistic, and they're like, what do you mean? That happened to me at work. I accidentally diagnosed a friend. I was talking about autism with some people, and I was like, well, but I mean, you know all about that, don't you? And she was like, what do you mean? Well, you're autistic, aren't you? I don't know. Am I? Oh, oops. And so, yeah, even though I had known for years that I was ADHD, like without the shadow of a doubt, and I wasn't, you know, I wasn't going through the diagnostic process to know about it, or whether I was or not. I was going through the diagnostic process because I thought I needed help with it. And even then, one thing that surprised me was how relieved I was of having the psychiatrist tell me, yeah, quite obviously you are, we're going to do like the proper forms, etc. But there's no doubt. It was as if I had a doubt where I really didn't. I felt like extremely relieved to have a professional confirm that no, I'm not imagining things. So I imagine it's possible to, for these same reasons, for some things that you suspect, maybe sometimes try to fit into the mold because you're stressed about it. But like at the same time as, yeah, you should be careful not to like how is that surprising? Imagine the opposite. You're one of the friends, Eskaru. Yes, you are. But you know, like having your input on that was really helpful for me. You didn't like accidentally diagnose me, but you were definitely one of the people I went to being like, what do you think, you know? Because I value your input on the matter. But so, yeah, what was I trying to say? Yeah, so yes, you have to be careful not to quote-unquote fake symptoms, even though it's not intentional. But also you have to be careful not to mask too much the symptom, right? Basically, you have to be yourself. Not accentuate things, not diminish things either. That's also a risk. That's very real. To be like, you know, this shitty old reflex of trying to be like, no, I'm fine. And even when you're not, even when you're quite obviously not. And so there's this risk of trying to like present yourself in a way that's not truly you. Whether it's one way or another, it's a risk. So, but also I would say I'm not sure how much that matters at the end of the day. Yeah, performing or masking, as we call it for ADHD. That's something that ADHD people do their whole life, basically. And autistic people too, to be fair. Where you try to fit in the mold of what society expects of you all the time. Because that's not you're not naturally behaving in a neurotypical way, and you're expected to behave in a neurotypical way. So you hide the symptoms of ADHD, of autism all the time. And to a certain degree, that's a good thing because it allows you to interact with society and it's definitely not something we shouldn't do. We need to do it, unfortunately, because all people are different, so we need to be able to adapt to the people around us. I mean, it's not comfortable, but like if we're going to ask other people to adapt a little bit to us, we need to be able to do the same and adapt a little bit to them. That's only fair, right? So it has to go both ways, basically, is my point. And so when you go see a psychologist or a psychiatrist about diagnosing these things, the risk is if you're masking too much, the problem is not the concept of masking, it's a huge asymmetry. Yeah, that's why we need to educate people about these things, and that's why it's good to talk about it. And so if you mask too much during diagnosis, it can possibly lead to a misdiagnosis. That's also why they don't just talk to you. And that's an important part of it. They don't just talk to you, they ask about your history, right? And like, do you usually have these issues in society? When you were a kid, did you have these issues? Is this something that's difficult for you, etc.? And as long as you're truthful about that, that helps a lot. But sometimes it's hard because sometimes you don't even realize that you're doing some things that's not usual. Like it's like a parent that has like only hyperactive kids. For them, it's just kids behave like that. When for other parents that are around, it can be, oh my gosh, how do you deal with them, you know? And it can be the same thing here. It can be, oh, do you have like more trouble than normal doing this or doing that? And it's like, no. When if you were to compare with a neurotypical person, the answer would be yeah, definitely. So it can be, that's a tricky part of the whole thing. You dislike the toxic part of masking, the one that's too tiring, it feels performative. I mean, yeah, life in society is performative in a way. To some degree. In general, I would say. But it has important aspects. So. It's a price to pay for being able to live in a society, is my point of view on it. The best we can do is try to educate people to be a little bit more understanding when we don't mask or fail at masking. And that's honestly the most tricky part about the whole thing. Like even in a professional context, etc. Like it's hard to educate people. even if they're willing to be educated. Do you have this problem? Nope, if I follow these 7,851 steps to mitigate it, I'm fine. There's that too. No, you see, I have a system. Yeah, no, that's the point. You have to have a system to deal with it. Oh, this elevator needs replaced, I think. Wait, is that... No, that's the wrong one. That's the front one. No? Aha. Let's go. Let it flow. Some people are so natural at socializing, while you're like, look in the eyes, not too much. Am I warm enough? Not too warm. That's flirting. What subjects to talk about? Ah! Yeah, mood. You feel called out. They need to write an instruction manual for you. I think... Is it you, Escarbu? I remember... It's either you or... who told me once about someone... yeah, he interacts socially as if like based on a manual. So don't be surprised. You just want to see a guy doing a funny one-man show on politics? You know someone like that? Some people like that, yeah. He wasn't as funny as Pierre-Manuel Barré. You weren't laughing a lot, but you didn't want him to think he wasn't funny. So you were so self-conscious of your face and reactions, oh no. So was it like a small audience kind of situation? Where it was like, oh, they're definitely gonna notice if I don't laugh? Or something like that? Like 200 people? Ah, yes. Well, 200 people... I don't know if they would notice. It's still big enough that you don't see every single person in the audience, you know. It's big enough that the audience is a collective entity as a performer. You might recognize individual people, but like in a 200 people audience, unless you know where they are, you might even not see them. Maybe people in the front row. just making this mental course on social. Wait, what? On social and static. I'm not sure I understand this sentence. I'm sorry. I'm having a brain fart moment. Did this work? Oh, you were just blaming social anxiety. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, I agree that it's more social anxiety than like a real actual potential issue in this case, I think. Oh, I need to replace that one too, don't I? No, I didn't I? What's going on? I'm lost in my own build. Yeah, I get you. The brain fart made you think in French, try in English, and then... Ça fait des chocs à pic. Okay, let's see what's happening below here. Why... Aha! Oh, I have made a coffee during the break. Took the opportunity for that. A 20 minutes break is long enough for making a coffee, as it turns out. I don't even have a 20 minutes break button. You really need to start batch cooking? I don't know that I would enjoy, but... Oh, look at that. Yep, 9 sulfur, we're starting to produce a bit of blackpowder. Good. Okay, so this is connected now. What are you doing here? Why do I have planks in here? Okay, so that went down. Good. Okay. So. I think before I do anything, we need a box. We always need a box. Right. Perfect. We are going to take this opportunity to turn this belt around. Come on. Oh, no. And this one is probably wrong, so let's just replace it. Better. Your mom hasn't been born in a week and you're realizing how much of a nightmare it is to think what to cook 2 times a day, breakfast, tea time, and have enough of everything. Well, yeah, it's... I guess it depends, like whether you enjoy cooking. It definitely takes time. But for me, it's quite enjoyable. Personally, I enjoy doing that, so I don't mind spending that time doing this activity, if that makes sense. It's just sometimes difficult to actually free the time to do it. What's going on here? Oh. Okay, that's better. Cooking? Yeah, cooking. You like preparing tofu, but gosh, is cooking vegetables boring? Okay. And that might actually be the input, isn't it? Maybe not. I mean, I can always replace it. But the question is more about, do I need to do something inside? Also, why doesn't it want to let me place it? I can place it now. No. Ah. All the misclicks. Okay. You just need very strong recipes. Recipes you know you love. Because the internet is full of trash recipes. I mean, yeah, you have to experiment a little bit, find the things you like. I have to say, like, personally, like, there's a relatively small set of recipes I do on the regular. Why is this going this way? I don't understand. Why am I bringing this way? Did I ever think that fuel would come from upstairs? Oh. Wait a minute. I think Did I make fuel? From all the way around? No. I guess I did with this one. Interesting. So I could carry that on. What? That's kinda annoying to redo, but fine. This project is a little bit of a chore, I have to admit. So that's why I really want us to finish it today. And go back to the things I find more fun to do. The design and stuff like that. Because logistics is a bit too involved in this game for my taste, I'd say. It's good in small quantities, but since you have to place like every piece bit by bit, and it's all three-dimensional, so it's all confusing and stuff, it makes it a little bit difficult. We don't see anything here. Plop, plop, plop. Yes, yes. I do enjoy the plopping sound. That's true. Anything moving at all here? No. Why? Have you not made it all the way? Not yet. Did I not connect? Ooh. No, wait, you did make it all the way. Oh, but this is maybe reversed. Yeah. Which means there's a mess inside here somewhere. I mean, I could just reverse this. Did I reverse this already? I can't remember. Oh well. I'm going to need a transformation, a transmuter. Oh, I'm out of steel. Enough. perhaps we can have a permanent transmuter in here. Of course, it means we need transformation potions. Give me a few. Aha. Let's crush this. Oh. Well, I guess it could become a potion. I am no steel ingot. Well, damn it. Well, that's awkward. No. Okay. And where did I want to go? Hang on, I'm lost. Up. Ah. Oh yeah, upstairs. Okay. Here we are. Can I jump on that? Huh. It's so hard to see what you're doing when you're inside a contraption. Okay. And then... Oh yeah, I forgot about the bug that we found earlier. So, when you connect something to what you're standing on, when it turns blue, it becomes transparent. Which is a little bit of a problem. Oh, come on. So hard. Oh no. Oh no, I need to make my way upstairs. It's gonna be a long trip. I'm quite tall in real life, so it's interesting to experience the life of small people. Having to jump every step of the stairs must be quite hard on them. Where is that elevator? I lost the elevator. I think let's become small again. So we can go inside and see what's going on. Good thing I can't get crushed by the mechanical devices. Well, I hope I can't. Please? Oh no. Aha! This needs replacing. Oh no! Damn it. I'm stuck inside the block now. Okay, let's try again. Oh well. That's a failure. Ooh, we made a lot of money today. Oh, maybe not so much actually. No, maybe I lied because, yeah. I hadn't bought anything yet in the report. Yes, phone. I know. My phone is very concerned about me. What am I gonna do if even my phone is concerned? Well, first things first, I'm gonna reverse to being a big human. Aha. So that's the block. Let's see, let's go back upstairs. Okay. Yeah, I think we're good here. Why no items then? Maybe is the question. Did I miss an elevator or something? Is that elevator gone? Dang it. Come on. Transform me. Ah, there's no item. Come on, I'm fuel. Don't put me in your furnace. Okay, so that's correct. There were weird things upstairs. Can I just have a transmuter on this floor? So I can revert. Thank you. So... Oh! I know what's going on. I finally understood. We need to reverse things over here because this one is my input actually. So let's get inside it. Yeah. That's where I was confused. Okay. Ah! I got pushed through. That's not fair. One thing I do not like about like the being small thing is just how hard it is to move around the factory. It makes it very difficult to fix anything. Right. Well, this one's fine. This one's not. Oh, actually, are you fine? Maybe not even. Okay, so we have stuff coming from this side and from downstairs. Yeah, sure. Sure. But downstairs, I don't believe I'm bringing the items around yet. So where is the fuel? Uh-huh. Is that the one I just reversed? I think it might be. Yeah, that might be. Let's try. No, actually. So wait, is this... Okay, so I need to reverse that. Then. Right? Oh, it's so hard to target. This game is great, but some parts of it are such a hassle. Did I reverse it twice? Is that what happened? Did I reverse that and then re-reverse it because in the middle I decided to make it opposite direction? That wouldn't be unlike me, would it? You'll take any recipe. Oh, I forgot to read that. The other day you tried making peas gazpacho, like little peas and bits of onion, cook in water for 15 minutes, then make. But it's really stupid to cook in water if you don't reuse that water. You cook them in water vapor, so it didn't cook well enough, and I ended up with some lumpy pea paste with a strong and cooked onion taste. Well, if you're trying to adapt the recipe, then I guess it might just mean you need a little bit of experimenting with it. And eventually you'll find a version that you like. Or you'll give up. I suppose. This is empty, that's concerning. Why empty? Oh no, it's not empty. It's full of coke powder. Yeah, that's fine. So I think at this point we have everything collected. Well, not everything. But we have fuel connected to the entire building, we believe. Let's check all the bits. Are we? So, fuel goes over here. Oh no, it's the one. I remember that now. This. Well, that's not very encouraging. We have coke powder in there. Oh, but this takes the coke powder from over there. Do we need coke powder in that build? I don't think we do. So that means we need to switch this fuel source. Which I think we can do relatively easily. Oh hey, look at that. Because technically... that should be enough. Yeah. That way we stop taking the coke powder from this build. Maybe we don't remove the entire build. Please and thank you. This has no coke powder though. Is that concerning? Oh, yes, I remember. Yeah. I disconnected it and then never reconnected it. There's a hole in the coke powder. That should be better. Let's go and check. I guess we wait. Yay! Success! Also, it's kinda stupid that we're using like a cannon who then send it across like that. Can I do it better? I mean, probably. Well, that's fine. I can't be bothered. Okay. So these are the black powder, the other ones have the cork powder. Nothing's getting cooked here, nothing's getting cooked there. This has the black powder, the fuel source. Oh, at that. Failed. This has black powder. Okay. Same for this. This one isn't using fuel. Yeah, no fuel in here. I don't think these use any fuel either. No. Over here. I guess we can replace this floor tile. No fuel usage in here, I believe. Which means the same on this side. This has been finished, so that's good. Right. That's my fuel line. Let me just, while I remember. Yeah, we need to remove that tile. Because it's one of the few tiles where we're going downstairs to the floor. No build on this building on this side. Okay, so this building, we need to reconnect this. We need to reconnect that. Which is the same. This doesn't use any fuel, and anyway the only money it takes comes from downstairs. And going upstairs, I believe we have seen that the Mars machine is working at full regime. Well, if not at full regime, it's working either way. Good, this is working. Fuel is being consumed. They all have fuel. Yeah, it's not quite 100% full regime. But I'm not sure I can do anything about that short of redesigning it. This belt is full. It's barely even moving. Huh, nice. And upstairs, fuel line is moving. Fuel line is moving. And fuel line is moving too. I think that's the top. Yep. Okay, so we basically have like one thing left to reconnect. It's these builds. Oh, and I guess we have to like replace this. But yeah, that's all the same. Hey, we almost made it. We almost did it. Okay, so we sold the Mars. We sold a few Jupiters. Uh-huh. 500 logs. Hey, we didn't consume any sulfur today. So we're not even that bad on fuel. Yet. Alright. Let's see. Yeah, so we're feeding the money in there. And all the way up there. Which I suppose kinda means I should probably use this rather than this floor's feeding system. Like, what input do I have on this floor? Nothing really. Why am I using inputs from this floor where I could be using the one from the next floor just as easily? A very good question, Celeste. Oh, next floor. I want to go and check on this. Yeah. Right, so I have made this over here. Why did I make it over here? Oh, that's even outside. Interesting. Well, we could do something interesting with that, I guess. Was it sketching, or was it something I intended to build? I guess it was sketching. Yeah. I think it was a sketch. Okay, okay, okay. Because if we did an overhang like that... Oh, well, this would look kinda terrible in this current format. But it could look interesting if we had like supports going out that look kind of structural. And then we could have this thing like going through the floor and inside the wall, which could look interesting. Of course, we're going to remove like this part. But I wouldn't be against having this kind of interesting shape cropping, encroaching over the street. On the front here. I think that might be interesting. We need windows on the sides, definitely. But it might be interesting. It reminds me a little bit of Maison à Colombage. I don't know how it's called in English. It's houses that you find traditionally, well, a little bit everywhere, but in France in particular, it's known in Alsace region. To be quite common traditionally, and it's houses that have the wooden support structure apparent in the walls, so you see these sort of triangle shapes that you make in the as part of the structure of a house. You see them appear. Yeah, they can't access any of that because of these boxes, I believe, that are in the way. But no, they're fine. But the shelves are empty, so it doesn't really matter. So yeah, initially I had the technical column in the corner here. This does have an issue, because we are not set up to have a corner technical column. So we need to redesign it specifically for this, and I don't know how annoying it would be. But we could also have it in the middle somewhere upstairs. Something like that. Like, that's not part of the house, whatever's over here, but this is. It would give us more space on this side. Should I clear out this floor? Maybe, but I need to empty my inventory first. Let me jump down. Oops, sorry, I broke the microphone here. We stopped producing. Why did we stop producing? We have fertilizer. Why did we stop producing? Are we out of money here? Oh, it's not targeting. No, it is targeting. So what's going on here? We have sulfur. Is something backed up or something? Is it money that's backing up? I think it is. Or it might be. Copper powder is currently full. I think the money might be backing up. Why? Isn't the money being properly recycled? Should be. Are we producing more money in this build than we are actually consuming? Is that what's going on? That would be embarrassing. Because I think the problem here is like we're full of copper powder. We're not producing enough bronze. So everything stopped because we were out of bronze. Let me check the recipe. Sulfur powder. Wait. Why? I'm confused. So we grind this into sulfur powder. Why do I have ironstone? Oh. Why is the recipe not showing that to me? Oh. I see, because I missed a step. Okay. So we're producing iron and sulfur. And then we need to consume the iron. So we are grinding it down, I believe, into iron salt. And then mixing it with salt powder. To make
Nom 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 nom.
and impure copper. But I assume with the impure copper powder, we're just purifying it, right? Hey, Mastani, how are you doing? Welcome in. Welcome into the cheese zone today. Entering the cheese zone to become 47% more raclette. Ooh, high rolls today. We've had mostly high rolls today, I think. Grand total of 62%, that's nice. My voice is quite quiet compared to the music, sorry, I was leaning back. That might be why, thank you. Is it better now? I was shrimping. I had a
Nom 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 nom.
Ooh, a Tuskog. Grabbing Trou du Cru from the cheese zone. 29% Trou du Cru, making you 126% Trou du Cru. Which brings you to 100% Trou du Cru, although I got there first. I'd already enabled the achievement. I got that totally randomly. I never target a cheese. I always do like random. And I got 3 achievements. One of them is Trou du Cru. Shrimping is bad. Yeah, I know. I wasn't doing it intentionally. Yeah, so we are refining bronze. Okay, so we were backing up. Yeah, money is backing up. Ugh. Don't like that. Do we... Let's make stacks of 10 silver. This is the primary input, right? Yeah. So this must not be moving at all. But the problem is either we're producing more money than the entire build is consuming, which is a problem. But how is that possible? Am I printing money, right? We might need to math it out. I guess it could be that the money... So we're taking in money right now, but no, because I sent everything in here to make a stack of 10. We're inputting money from the outside now. You were at a bar party place to thank the volunteers of the Pentecôte tournament. You may be tipsy due to the drinks. Ooh. Did you have fun? Okay, we're getting there. I think this should work. Well, at least this is working now. We did consume a cork powder, interestingly. I assume because everything was stopped. But yeah, I suppose it's possible that this part might be money positive, while the fertilizer makes it money negative. That's a possibility. We'll have to keep an eye on this. See if it eventually backs up or what's going to happen. The food and drinks were paid for by the club, so free beer, shots, pizza, and charcuterie. Oh, nice. That sounds like a nice unit. Okay, we finally bought some sulfur. That's good. Let's reconnect this build. Okay, so this one we can just take from here, I think. And many cool volleyball people, yeah. So a great Friday overall. Nice. Well, I'm just gonna have this here as a placeholder for now. I'm going to have to do the exact same thing here. Okay, so we are going to need to bring money, fuel and fertilizer to this. But first, we need to fix the corner. So that should work. Just because it makes my life easier. Here, to use the blueprint. So, first, the money. this. Okay. And finally, the top bed. But no, you have to prepare back for volleyball tomorrow. Wake up is at 7. Leaving home to be at the meeting point at 8 AM to go into volleyball tournament hosted in another city. So logs on time for it is for you. Yeah, thank you for being here, Mastani. I won't go on too long either way because I do have to wake up tomorrow too, as it turns out. So. It won't quite be wake up 7 AM for me, but relatively early still. So. Have a great time as volleyball tomorrow. Doran is bullying you in GeoGuessr? What is he doing? Oh no. Doran, don't bully Zeta in GeoGuessr. That's rude. One shouldn't bully a Zeta. Some might call it a skill issue. I assume Doran is calling it a skill issue. Let's go. Why no? Oh, out of plants. Huh. Interesting. Well, let's grab some supplies then. Although there are barriers all across my factory. It's become kind of a maze. And then once I remove them, I'm going to have inventory issues. Because suddenly my inventory is going to be full of crap. No. Wrong way, wrong way. I almost jumped down on the floor. So... Good. Here we go. Are you targeting? Oh, come on. It's hard to see the left one. not the right one. How do I deal with that? I think I do something like this. That might work out. Oh. No, that doesn't work. Because that's too high. Like this then? Is this any better? Yeah. Okay. So that's the money belt. And then it means I can just have fertilizer and fuel be done on the floor. So this one's fertilizer and this one is fuel. I think we can have fuel go out like that. And then fertilizer towards the back. Then we do need to replace that. So we can take fertilizer out. Oh. No? Ah! Dang it. I can do it. Maybe. Okay, let's reconnect the fuel line. And we can connect the fertilizer line. Okay, good. So that one's fuel goes directly to the furnaces, that one's fertilizer. Oh. Dang it, I flipped them. It's okay. I can have the fuel behind the fertilizer. Somehow I planned it in my head and I was like, yeah, that's gonna work. And then I did the exact opposite. Fertilizer. And fuel. Good. So this should restart this build and start making malachite. And a little bit of money as a treat. And more importantly, this removes these ugly belts. We still have a few belts present, but I'm okay with like a little bit of it. Let's go. What to do? So these are for fuel. Well, let's put the walls back behind. At least this one. And this one. And then we can have a shelf. Going great. Which then means I can have fuel. Oh. The belt crossing. Uh-huh. And we reconnect these. This could be a problem. I think we can fix that. Where are you going? To the back one? The cannon. The belt goes through. Okay, so these builds are restarting. That's great. Yeah, we're going to need more of the black powder, I think. That's very likely. But it was expected, to be fair. Like, it's 10 times more dense than the other one, but like the other ones, let's say a cube of cork powder produces 5 per minute, approximately. And we have, I think, 12 on the bottom floor of them. And then we have, I think, 4 floors of 12, if I'm not mistaken. So essentially we have 5 times 12s. 5 times 12. So like 60 per minute, maybe 70 per minute. So this would need to be 100 times more energy than to truly take over. Hey Cryan, how are you doing? Welcome in. How are things around the factory? We are just finishing reconnecting black powder, so it's being distributed throughout my entire factory. We just reconnected these 3 builds, which are for making Saturn artifacts and soul. So yeah, overall it's going great. We are going to need more black powder, that's for sure. We are using at the moment coke powder as a backup source of fuel. We just reconnected the malachite too. Is there anything else I haven't connected yet? We need to connect the money side of this. We took the opportunity of having to redesign the distribution system to rework a lot of the distribution too in the ugly parts. So that's a lot of what you're seeing today. It's not so much the distribution system itself as it is the, hey, there are parts that needed to be ripped out entirely and remade. So we do that. And look at how much money we're making. Interestingly, almost less than some of the days where most of the factory was off. No certain artifacts yet, but we have started selling malachite again. So that's exciting. Yeah, I guess it is this shelf. Oh, actually... yeah, it kinda is. You had to start over your streak, you lost it on your Chicago trip. How far was it? How far was the streak? I can't remember. I never have a good streak. To be fair, I don't care so much. But, like, even the streams I moderate, I don't have a great streak. Ugh. Wait, what? So we're one short here. Interesting. So we have a 5 space. That's kind of awkward. Though, to be fair, do we do this corner column or not? Because that would change things. I'm thinking maybe not, because maybe we keep this space here. Might be fun. Which then would mean that I go across. And then maybe, let's see. There's something built on top of there. Catapult time. It's always catapult time, even if not needed. Yeah, definitely. Although, I use less and less catapults, to be fair. Yeah, so let me show you what I'm thinking. Ooh, that felt... Oh. That gave me butterfly. That gave me butterflies in my belly. Hey, Gremlin! You didn't know I like enormous factories that output one box of table salt. It's like William Wonka. I like to make in this game. I like to make very compact contraptions that take transform, like basically that go from base elements, which I consider to be money, fuel, and fertilizer, to making the finished product in like one block or like 2 blocks. So yeah, I have an entire thing that makes 1 block per second. That's just there for the shop. And then I have another one that makes 1 salt per second, that's for making the Saturn artifact. Yeah, so I'm thinking here on this building, maybe we go like... Maybe we go out by 1 at this level. And so the technical column would be right above this tile. When you see like the prototype poking out here. And then we could have like support structures on the sides that feed into the column from the inside of the building. For 1 block that's several floors high, yeah. Initially I tried to keep things like 1 floor high. So for example, this is my advanced fertilizer build. You see I have 3 of them. These take money. They make... well, they transform the planks into cork powder. The planks that they get as a byproduct of making the gloom fungus. Yeah, other than that, they buy stone, they buy planks, they buy rotten logs. Well, they buy logs, I mean. No, actually, they don't buy logs anymore. They buy rotten logs. Well, they can buy a little bit of logs. This can buy logs because basically this is producing the fuel for the entire thing. So we have basically 3 fuel modules, 1, 2, and 3. And most of the time they're just consuming the planks produced by these. But if this is stopped, then they need to keep the furnaces going, so when these restart, we can continue, well, we can produce the product required, right? So this would be running anyway. But so most of the time we're not buying planks, we're just buying rotten logs. So yeah, that's one of my first big builds. We called it the monstrosity when I built it. Enough silliness on your end, you're off to sleep. Have a great night, Mastani. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being your lovely self. Have a great time at volleyball tomorrow. So yeah, we have 3 of these monstrosities. Over here we have cork powder builds. You see they're very similar to like the back of these builds. It's because they're exactly the same basically. So they're like 9 by 9 by 1 floor high. They buy their own planks to make cork powder at whatever rhythm is required. This is like steel and iron. That's not very interesting. This one makes bricks and glass. That's bronze rivets and copper bearings. And if things are unbalanced, or like if things are stopped, basically it makes copper points just so it doesn't jam. Over on top we have our soap build that was dimensioned for basic fertilizer, so it has a lot more plants than it would require nowadays. This could be made like so much smaller. Over here we are making vitality potions, and over here we are making turquoise. This is all like the ropes, linen, bandages, with the area downstairs where we were growing plants initially. But same, like it was designed for basic fertilizer and it's been slowly removed because the advanced fertilizer that makes it so we don't require that many plants. Over here we have the transformation potions. You'll notice the 3 fuel blocks at the back, very similar to the other one, and that's because, well, we need growth fungi, and so we need to consume the plants. This was the prototype for diamond build, which just stayed there because I don't need the space, so whatever. Over here we are making Jupiter artifacts and pulleys. The pulleys build is this one, I believe. Yeah. So that's making pulleys. Over here we have 2 pastes of the Jupiter artifact build. And over here we have 4 more of them. That we can survey from the top. And we even have a little bit of a balcony, so we can look outside. And so that's the top of this building. So these ones, as I mentioned, are sold to be commercialized. And diamonds, there is the byproduct of the salt, I believe. Over here we are making salt, but for the Saturn artifacts. And over here we are making glass, I believe, for the Saturn artifact. Or it's the reverse. No, that's glass, and that's the salt. And over here, like we have refined sand that comes out. And so here we have a bunch of refiners to refine everything into diamonds. Oh yes, and this one's making bricks too, I think. Oh no, is this one making bricks? No, this one is making salt and bricks. That's... yeah. So we're making salt and bricks, and here we're only making salt, but we're making diamonds with the refined sand that's being produced as a byproduct of this, and the refined sand being produced by the salt itself. Or I should say the sand that's being produced by the salt. What else? Yeah, so over here we're making malachite that I showed you. It's actually the only build that's not fully looped. This build can produce money as a byproduct, and it just put it in this box. if that happens. But I think in general it doesn't. And over here we have Mars artifact. Which were a bit of a headache for us because it's a huge fuel and poke powder consumer. So it has its own coke powder factory. Because this requires a full belt of coke powder. Interesting. What's going on here? Let me take a screenshot of that and make a bug report. I have no idea what's happening here. Oh no, not get unstuck. Damn it. Send feedback. Weird ghost items appear for no reason. What's my version? 4.5.4485. Screenshots. Uh, uh, a file that can reproduce the bug. Let me go and stand there again. And then we can go and take a save of this. Let's set it on save 0. In early access games, it helps a lot if you give feedbacks to the devs. So I always try to when I encounter a bug. Uh, it doesn't find the save folder. Ah, let's see. Moving. Uh, yeah, no, I do not find. Oh no, it's not roaming, it's local. My bad. Local games. Cheese shop that we Just save. Yeah. Uh, all right. Perfect. So yeah, this belt should be full. I'm slightly concerned by the fact that this belt is not full. I'm guessing it's because the base is stealing some fuel, isn't it? Why? Why is there a bag of black powder in the middle of my elevator items? So, which order do we do things in? Right. We merge before. Yeah, so we are stealing items to feed the rest of the factory from this build. That kind of makes sense. Well, fair enough. Once we fix the fuel issue, it shouldn't happen anymore, so I'm not gonna be too fussed with that. But yeah, it is true that like most of the fuel we are producing at the moment is not black powder. Which is a little bit surprising, like we should be producing like 1 per second. Maybe a little bit less? Because this build consumes its own fuel. Well, some of its own fuel. I don't know exactly how, but how fast are we producing? Yeah, I mean, this is running full speed. Is this one running full speed? Not entirely full speed. In fact, that's a bit slow. Are we having issues again with the money backing up? No? The copper powder output is full. Like full. Why is it? I mean, this isn't full. Am I just producing too much money? Or too much copper? For the money printing? That's slowing the entire build? It could be. Oh, we're selling salt? 69 salt, nice. So we did successfully restart that. We sold a setter. So we did successfully restart that. I think we're selling all the products we're making right now. Even 2 diamonds. Oh, we have a lot of money being made. Yeah, the profits aren't too bad. I just really hope this doesn't jam. This is full of iron. Like half of this isn't running at all. And I feel like, yeah, look at that. The problem is definitely with that. So, is it because maybe it's jammed and I can't overconsume? And so because of that it stays stuck? That could be, right? So what if I throw a little bit of stuff away? Does it restart, please? Does it? I feel like that might be helping. Yeah, these are restarted now. So maybe that's something to take into account. We don't like crashing anything, but when our systems jam, then the jam can't go away because we're basically exactly on ratio. and somehow that prevents some things from burning. Which I feel might be a bit of a bug. But it's a tricky one for sure. Or is it that I just don't have enough smelting power or something like that? Maybe I messed up in my build. Always a possibility. Failure is always an option. I have 2 machines making coins. Which is the exact amount that this is producing. So that's okay. But so we're consuming 10 copper powder per minute. How much are we producing? Ah. Wait, what? So are we actually consuming only 10 per minute? Because yeah, that would be wildly off ratio. If we're producing like 10 per minute per Athanator and we have 3 Athanators, then we need 3 times that in terms of copper consumption. Is that true? Oh. So let's see. Each of them produces 7.5 iron per minute. So 2 of them produces 15. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times 15. That's 30 times 3. That's 90. We're producing... Oh, we have 2 floors of that. So we're producing 180 iron per minute. So 3 per second. Iron. Iron being ground into iron sun. And so we're producing 3 per second and we're consuming 6 for each cycles of the Athanator. So like we have half a cycle that needs to go per second, which is what we do with 3 Athanator. So that's fine. So we're perfectly feeding 3 Athanator. 3 tools produce 5 copper powder and 5 impure copper powder per minute each, so 15 and 15. And the impure copper powder gets refined to half a copper powder, so 15 and 7.5. So that's 22.5 copper powder. Per minute. And this only consumes 10, so we need we need 5 of them. Yeah, we need 5 of them. I'm not nearly smelting enough. So of course most of these are stopped. Oh. Oh no. Oh, that's the problem. Um. um. And then if we need to consume 22.5, we need 5 processors too. And we have like 2. Okay. We need to fix that. Would that be okay? I think it would, assuming I had the support. Which I can do, I think. We're going to do an ugly fix. Because it's better than none. So I kind of want this space. So I can bring the coins. Oh, but that's coins that probably there. So I need copper and then I need to process it. So I need to add like 3 processors. Somehow. What is below this? Other than the 2 processors I see. Is that just empty space? It kinda is. It's just... Oh, it's the refiners. Yeah. So I'm trying to think here. If we could move back these elevators by 1, which we certainly can. We could have like advanced smelters there. Oh, stackable, you see what I mean. The problem is, if we need to move these 2 processors, we need 5 processors. So I can bring the coins. So I need to process it. So I need to add 3 processors. So I can bring the coins. So I need to add 3 processors. 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 So I need to add is the elevator. Oh my gosh, I can't jump. But that can be fixed. Like we can have the sulfur going either higher or the soap powder going either higher or lower even. Or having this one back actually. We could simply have this one further back. Couldn't we? If we move this elevator back one slot, then we can have the belt right here, and then this is free space. I think that worked. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, no, we can have that. And this needs to be built like that. I guess built like that. That's ugly. So this. Up. Uh-huh. So the soap works, which means we can have stackable refiners instead. Crucibles, I mean. Which means we can have easily 5 of them. Then if we do that, you feed these two, easy. Blocks, 4, something like that. So now we have 3 of them. Good. The problem being we can only consume 2 of them at the moment, of course. We're going to need to move the soap bed. But what I'm doing does beg the question, where do I add 3 more refiners? Coins. I didn't intend to go into this loophole tonight, honestly. Is that enough space? It could be. What does the refiner take again? Just copper ingots, right? So... end of day. Okay, so refiners. Where are my refiners? Processors, not refiners. We could do that. Then I could go like this. And then another one. The space is a bit tight, isn't it? Oh, that's gonna fly. Because I can't have a splitter in the middle of an elevator. That's the fundamental issue here. I'd love to have elevators where you can have like an output and then continue to the top. That would simplify so many of my builds. But alas. So we could have one here. Not 3. If we go to this side, we could have like 2 of them. Side by side. But even if we remove that, possibly we could do better. We would need like some of that space to feed the second stack. Like we need 2 more of that. But yeah, look at that. This is backing up, and this is still not emptying. Because of course we're not consuming. I mean, we're consuming a bit more copper, but still not enough. My elevator dream, alas, it's torn. I was looking for a pun along those lines. Couldn't find it. Thank you. This might be prime space for that. Actually. Do I want to see what's going on? I think we can have these 2 blocks. They're okay. They don't entirely obscure what's going on. Yeah, that can work. Definitely. Especially if we put an elevator here and we bring stuff up. Yeah. I should set the recipe. Oh, look at that. That's gonna be beautiful. That's gonna be beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Wait, that's not the correct direction for these. Uh-huh, uh-huh. And then we take a box. No, take a belt. We bring it back here. That's my 3 extra processors. Right here. This is a grand total of 5 processors. Then I need to take this output and bring it to the money belt. Where is the money belt? The money belt is right here. Do I have any access to it from here? Perhaps. I think I'm stuck. Help. Help. I'm stuck, I'm trapped. I ate too much cheese. I can't go out. I'm really stuck. Alright. Thankfully there's a self-help button. The self-help. Okay, let's try that again. Without getting stuck, hopefully. I cheesed the game. Oh, the game cheesed me. I'm not quite sure who cheesed who in this case. Oh, but seriously, where does it go? I don't think there's a way. Okay, so that's money. I think I can't have like a 2x2 lab stand over this. That's why I have this. I could try to replace that one with a belting, a belt beam. But that would mean reconstructing this entire thing. Or cut pasting? Am I bold? Am I a bold little mouse? Maybe. Let's try. No. 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 Yes. That was a journey. If that doesn't work, we're so cooked. Okay, so do not middle click. Thankfully, my middle click doesn't work well. And then we recall what we had. We bring it one level down. And we repeat. And then we pray. Okay. Okay, okay. We try to do the same thing over here, I think. Same, but different, maybe. No, I think we try to do the same thing. We just want belts with lab stones instead of these two blocks. Nope. I say the same thing. That wasn't the same thing. You silly goose. Although, if I want to do that, how do I support? Well, it's okay. I think I'll do an easy one. Okay. So these should be lab stones. And belts below. And then we recall. Easy. Okay. Then we are going to have a shelf. I think it's the first time I use a shelf in part of my builds. It is a design trick I've been aware of for some time, but I preferred not to use it. But, you know, also, it's not even that I preferred not to use it. It's more like I never found a good reason to use it before. But this is definitely a good reason to use it. A good place, I'd say. And finally... Nope. Oh no, that would be an option. Let's go. Okay, okay, okay. Aha, this didn't reconnect. That's my concern a little bit. How many things didn't reconnect? Hopefully that's the only one. I'm not quite certain though. We'll see, I guess. Right. The only thing that's left is the soap. Somehow I managed to cut down. I think the soap's an easy one to solve. We are going to have an elevator that brings the soap down here from this direction. This just needs to go one higher. Yeah, why not? Then this. Go this way instead. Stackable crucibles. Ooh, noises in my ears. Spuddy, how are you doing? Welcome in, Spuddy and Raiders. Hang on, I missed. Who jumped in? Hey, Dipsticks. Hey, Roddy. Hey, Wet Dogs. And Deadly Kitten, how are you doing, friends? By decree of Lord Puddington, we are wanging our way into this noble street. Welcome in. Hey, Jutoya and Spud, of course. How am I doing? I'm okay, thank you. How are you? What were you playing? I saw earlier and I completely forgot. Oh, Resident Evil, of course. Welcome in, everybody. If you do not know Lord Puddington, he's a wonderful streamer that I like to hang out with from time to time. He is one of the rare people I know who manage to hit the perfect combination between horny and wholesome. So that's definitely something to behold. Thank you, Tipstick.
Thank you
sorry,
for the follow.
I didn't mean to call you out. Theoretically, follows are anonymous in this channel, unless you want to be called out. Sometimes I slip out, but yeah. 30 minutes until you can play Gothic 1. Ooh. What is Gothic 1? I don't know that one. Put the cheese in the bag and no one gets hurt. Hmm. How about someone gets hurt? Jihi? Where's your hammer now? I see. You love the description. Yeah. I mean, it's fitting, isn't it? How has the blackpowder production be going? So yeah, this build that I'm standing on, let me show it to you. Hang on, there's a wall of boxes in front of it. Here we go. Now you can see it. So this thing produces black powder. I like making fairly compact and generally very big builds in this game. And so yeah, this is taking like raw products, sulfur, ore, stuff like that, and transforms it all the way through until we make black powder, which is our new fuel that we are sending throughout the factory. You can see it over there. So we have been working for this past few stream in refactoring our entire distribution system that's going throughout the entire factory to bring fuel and money and fertilizer everywhere, so we can handle the black powder, because we needed basically more product. So today what we finally did after a lot of work was being able to reconnect everything. So now you see, for example, we sold 115 salt today. An hour ago we weren't producing any salt because the salt build wasn't getting anything, basically. So yeah, that's what we sold today, and over here is everything we bought. So we earned 747 silver, 221,000 copper, and we expanded 187 silver, 400 copper, 1,000 copper, which brings us to a profit of 380 silver. Not bad at all. Yeah, sulfur costs a lot. So yeah, we're producing black powder, which is a much better fuel than what we used to have, which was cork powder. And we were like, the build isn't quite producing as much as I thought it would. So I started to look into it, and I eventually realized that, well, this build produces money as a byproduct because we produce copper. We produce iron that we need to consume, and so we consume by transforming it into copper. To do that, we mix it with soap. Yes. We produce a mixture of copper and bronze powder. Impure copper powder is basically bronze powder. I don't know why. I mean, yeah, because you can then purify it to transform it into copper powder. But if you smelt it, it's bronze. And so we purify the impure copper powder, we make copper, and then with the copper we mint it into coins that help decrease the cost of the materials, basically. And yeah, basically we had 2 machines making coins, we need 5 of them. So currently we are kinda, let's say, fiddling with the build to try to fix things. And I think I can. Honestly, we're nearly there. So, oops, not the belt. So these 2 smelters, so that's 5 smelters to smelt the copper powder into copper. Over here we need to bring back soap to the athanators that transform. Oh, actually, yeah, we know it. We only need that. So yeah. So the Athantor transformed the iron powder and soap into copper and bronze powder. Here we go. Then the copper powder is gonna make its way over here, get transformed into copper ingots. Oh, how do I do that? I have an idea. Oh, that doesn't work. Well, it could. It could work. How about we have 1 extra crucible that we don't need. We only need 5 crucible. But if we have 6 of them... No. That was a stupid idea. What do I do? Oh, I might know. I might have another ID that allows me to fix things. Oh, I missed some stuff. Gothic 1 was released in 2001 by a German company called Piranha Bytes. It's been an RPG classic. 7 years ago, it got introduced to a remake with a playable teaser. And today it got released. Oh, 7 years. You were a young Link back then, and now you're almost 40. That's the game that brought you into RPGs. Oh, interesting. You're going to bed, Euphoria? Have a great night. Thank you for coming by, and see you soon. As I always like to say, thank you for being here, and thank you for being your lovely self. What am I doing? Is another question. A good one. I don't know. Do I ever know what I'm doing? Sometimes, I think. I hope. I'd like to pretend to, at least. Let's see. If I cut this and paste it here. Right. Then I can have a belt that goes over there. Then I can have lampstands that fill this gap. Then about this. Okay, okay. Ah, and finally, let's go. This is a huge mess. Don't get me wrong. I know. But you know what? It's my mess. Well, we don't really need that one anymore, so why the heck should we keep it, right? We can just have lapstones, maybe? Or possibly bricks. Or blocks. Just blocks. Whatever. Honestly, we don't even need these 2 blocks. Like here you can see the crucibles here. That's fine. Okay, so we have 5 crucibles. I think that should all be working. Why is nothing working at the moment? No soap. Why no soap? Did I break something? Probably. What did I break is maybe the more relevant question. Well, my shins apparently is what I broke. Hang on. So, where is the soap supposed to be coming from? And why is it not? This is making soap. Maybe it's not getting plant ash? I'm going to read Tongue Twister in a moment, but hang on a minute. this is not working. This is out of fuel. Ah. What? What do you mean it's out of fuel? I might have an idea of what broke here. I think it's a belt issue. Did I break a belt when I was manipulating stuff? Don't think I did though. No, seriously, why aren't you getting any fuel then? The spaghetti only has to make sense to me. Well, I'd rather it makes sense to the viewers too, you know? It's important to me that I'm not the only one understanding what's going on in my stream. Uh-oh. What is going on? Hang on, we need to bring in the microscope. The Skog has been tongue twister harassing me since day one. I think one of the first things you said in chat was to give me a tongue twister. So we are currently 1 block size. So we can like squeeze inside the build. Oh no, I'm stuck. Help! Help! I'm stuck, no! If you like classical music, check out Sesti La Giuba from Pagliacci. Oh no, from Placido Domingo. Okay. If possible with subtitle, it's heartbreaking. Thankfully there's an unstuck button. But oh gosh, we were stuck up there. Right, so this didn't work out how I hoped it would. Not quite. What's going on here? You have fuel. So you're getting in here. And then getting down, but somehow not, I think. You're drunk and when drunk, you like to listen to classical pieces. That's an interesting drunk behavior. Quite uncommon, I'd say. That's kinda funny. Am I stuck again now? Okay, so you bring fuel this way. And then up the other side, alright. And that's okay. But these aren't getting fuel. Why are they not? Did something make it in here that shouldn't? Or something like that? Oh, hang on a minute. I think I see. I'm going to place a sneaky block. I think there's a belt broken inside here. Look at that. Can I fix from here? Don't think so. Oh, that's gonna be tricky. If I can't fix that from here, maybe I can replace this elevator? If I remove this elevator, what do I break? Is it just this elevator, or is it like a whole thing? Well, my shins apparently. As usual. Oh gosh. Easiest way, getting stuck. So very Austrian. Is the cliché that Austrian people listen to classical music? Okay, so we do have fuel coming in over here. But not over there. Yeah. So... can I possibly... It's so hard to see anything in here. So hard. It's about a clown on a stage that has to entertain and be funny, but his wife just left him for another man. And Placido Domingo has the most heartbreaking and most emotional expression. Pavarotti was technically more correct, but didn't get the emotions across, just like Domingo did. That's a very important point, actually. Like, who cares if what you sing or play is correct if it doesn't carry emotion? Properly. You know? It's more important at the end of the day to play something that's impactful than to play something that's precisely correct. And that's the whole point of interpretation. You might not always play exactly what's written. Because you feel like, yeah, this version of it fits better what I want to express. Okay. Oh my gosh. I hate this. I keep falling. What is this? I see. I'm stuck again? Yep, I'm stuck again. Well, you know what that means. So they introduced recently this feature of being able to transform yourself into like a small object. It's not great. Its current implementation, you get stuck all the time, you're super slow, it's hard to get anywhere, it's hard to see anything. I hope they improve on it. But in the meantime, I am very stuck. How can I... How can I get in there? It's a fun idea, you hope they improve it. Yeah, same. It would be like great to be able to use this to get inside the build and go and fix stuff, because sometimes you have like a belt that breaks or something like that. But in builds like what I build, it's barely even useful. You're too lazy to grind flax seeds tonight, so you'll use your teeth to grind them before spitting them back in the muesli. Well, that works, I suppose. So that would be the entire column. And that's behind the stuff, which is a bit of a problem. And if I tried to remove a stone furnace, it would like delete this entire thing, which wouldn't be great. I feel like the best option might be to cut paste this column, but I don't know the damage it might be doing on top. So let's have a look. I can select that. Can I then... No. I don't think it does much damage on top. Can I... That's an idea. Can I copy? There's a belt on top. But possibly... This belt might be easier to reconnect. Yeah, because I can probably get in there. Well, if I can walk, maybe. Right. Even if I have to delete one of these, it's not a big deal. Okay, so let's do that. Let's... cut paste. This, no, I can... Split it properly. Yeah. And no. Can cut paste it again. Here. We good? Or not? Not seems to be the answer here. Well, okay, so let me try another thing. If we place a block, and then aha, and then cut paste. The problem with what I'm doing at the moment is that cut paste in this game often leads to belts reconnecting weirdly. So, like, we might have broken something now. Let's go and check. Damn it. Ah! No, why? Right, so I think it's this belt. So it seems reconnected properly. No, it might be this one actually. But it seems okay. I can't fail but notice that these don't have fertilizer either. Is there so many things wrong with my build? Nothing is working. What's going on here? Why? There might not be any fixing it tonight, I think. Oh, wait. Is this like the general feed of fertilizer that's off? Hang on. Let me revert. Sounds like a great idea. You imagine you can make way more intricate production lines if you don't have to worry about being able to access each part of it, yeah. The problem here is it doesn't really help me access the inside of it. It is much harder to see what you're doing when you're small, so that doesn't help. Oh wait, there's no fertilizer. Why is there no fertilizer? Why is there no fertilizer? Did I stop the production of fertilizer or mess up the distribution of it? Why are you stopped? You have money because you're full. Oh, that backed up. That's no good. You're not consuming enough coke powder anymore. Yeah, because we were consuming it first as part of the fuel thing, but I bet now we're consuming everything from the top. Uh-oh. Okay, we'll have to fix things next time. if I could export one game mechanic from this to other factory sims, what would it be? It's the ability to copy paste, cut paste from the very start, very easily. It has its issues. It's not perfect, but like it removes so much of the grindy aspect. That's something I've been talking about with Satisfactory, for example. One thing I dislike enormously with Satisfactory is how extremely grindy it is. And a big part of that is that if you need to extend a factory or whatever, you don't have enough buildings to produce. The copy pasting in Satisfactory is made it in a way so that first of all you don't get it until maybe 50 hours of gameplay. Second of all, you can only blueprint very small things. It's almost like they don't want you to use the blueprinting. Like, they're making it so clunky. Like, you have to build the thing on a blueprinting machine to then store the blueprint, to then be able to use it, and the blueprinting machine only has such and such amount of space in it, which is extremely restricted. And then you can upgrade it later, but not a lot. It's like, why? Right? Yeah, probably 50 hours. It's like tier 3. It's the blueprint machine in Satisfactory I have never used, because I have always given up on the game before reaching that. No, you're not even endgame. It's just that, like, this game is just so grindy. You're barely hitting oil at that point. Like, you are actively using new resources that you've never used before. You're actively unlocking stuff that actually allow you to move more freely in the game. And yeah, so it's a huge grind. And so... And a lot of the time you spend it having to redo things you've already done because you need more of it, right? You need more plates, more thing, this, more that. Or you're like, oh, I'm stuck because I don't have enough of this being produced. Yeah, but it would be like a 3-hour endeavor to do more of this, whereas the fun part of these games is designing new builds, right? Another problem with Satisfactory, in my opinion, is Satisfactory is a beautiful game. It's a beautiful 3D environment, much more beautiful than this. This is cute, but like you have like lush vegetation and things like that, and you can build buildings in that environment. But for a very long time, you're extremely restricted in what you can use as building pieces. So that means that either you don't build at all until you have unlocked all of that, or you start building ugly and then you want to upgrade it, right? The problem is, because you can't copy paste, because you can't cut paste, you can't be like, oh, let me like just shape the building and then I'm going to make a more beautiful building elsewhere that will have the same mechanism inside, right? You can switch things around a little bit. It's not like this game where if you remove the bottom piece, like you have to remove the whole top part. So that's a little bit helpful in that respect. But it's like, The game is designed as if there was no content and they needed you to grind so the game has survives a little bit in Satisfactory. Which is not true. The game has a lot of content. Much more than most people can get through. I was looking the other day. There's like 6% of all players that have ever finished Satisfactory. It's a tiny amount of players that finish the game. Right? You can never bring yourself to building ugly. You'd rather go far out of your way to make sure that what you're building is beautiful. And early on, it's not possible in Satisfactory because you just have plain walls and plain floors, and that's it. You don't have windows, you don't have doors. So you want a door, well, you're going to leave a wall open, right? You want a window, well, you're gonna have a wall missing somewhere. And then later on you unlock these, but I think because they come in late and because it's hard to redo things, most players don't even bother. And if you want to bother, it's such a huge hassle that you give up on the game. And so, like, yeah. And so one way this game solves that is by being able to say, hey, I don't have enough of this material that this building is doing, right? Well, what can I do about this? I can do that about this. I am currently murdering my game. I don't know if I can show it, but hey, if I have enough materials in my pocket, I can copy and paste this entire build easily. It's like a 3 seconds thing. I can make a blueprint from it. I'm currently murdering my game pretty well. Well, it was kind of a slideshow, right? And so if you go like downstairs, let's have a look here. This is the machine that produces fertilizer, right? There is 3 of them. Do you think I rebuilt each of them? No, I didn't even build it here. I built it upstairs. This machine was designed in this space when this space was empty because there was stuff downstairs. There were the previous machines down there. And then I copy-pasted them. These machines, if I want a new one, well, what can I do? I can go into blueprints. No. Elevator? Yes. I can go to advanced fertilizer. And here it is. I can paste a new machine if I have space to build it, right? You see, these machines produce cork powder. It's 1, 2, 3, 4 machines times 2. These modules here are 3 times that. What are these machines? They are this. I can paste a new one right now. Was that grindy? Was that difficult to do? No, it was not. It's almost like you're designing your own product range. Yes, you're designing like huge machines. If you want to, you don't have to. This is a very slow way to play the game, what I'm doing right now. And like, okay, I don't like this machine being here. Oh no, what am I going to do? Am I going to dismantle every piece of this machine one by one? No, of course not. And all of the materials make it back to my inventory. You're on your second playthrough of Satisfactory, and whilst the second one is miles better than the first, there's so much what crap you want to redo. But it's just CBA, as it's just such a hassle. Yeah. So that's why I've never finished Satisfactory, and why I don't know how many streams we are into this game. Let me see. How much playtime are we into this game? We are 263 hours into this game. Most of these have been spent into this save. Satisfactory I've played multiple games, all of which I have given up on, and I have 200 hours in Satisfactory. This I don't want to give up on, because if I want to redesign something, if I'm like, oh, I'd like to replace this machine by something better, but I don't want to lose it, I can take a blueprint of it, I can save it, and I can build my new thing instead. Or I can build the new thing somewhere else, and once I'm ready, I can replace it, right? So this game does have its little hazards. It does have some things that are not perfect with it. But in that respect, the fact that it does give you copy-pasting, cutting-pasting, mass removal right away, and is extremely flexible with it, is a lifesaver, and it's probably one of the few reasons why I'm still playing it, and why I'm not quitting on it because I'm like, oh, I'd like to redo this, but that would mean like restarting the entire thing. No, if I wanted to save every contraption into a blueprint in this building and tear down the entire building and redo it better, I could. In fact, what did we just do? We tore down the entire distribution system of money, fuel, and fertilizer. It took us 3 streams to do. It was not a short endeavor. But because I have copy-pastes, you see we have this complex machinery that goes between every floor. This complex machinery, I designed it here. Will I keep this? No. This is not gonna stay. Well, maybe it's gonna stay, but it was never intended to stay initially. No, I'm considering it, but I never built it to stay here. But what I did when I did that was do this. So I can come in the thing and go like, hey, let's just paste a new one. So now if I want a new floor, what do I do? Let's build a new floor, right? I fall down, that's the first step, very important step. Never forget to fall down. There are few things in life you need to not forget. Falling down is one of them. This is gonna be bad. I can tell you that. It's fine. We're going to be doing a little bit of climbing. Here we go. That's the right height. I can lock the height. Oh, new floor. This is the pipes that the thing go through to go along the walls. This is the pipes that the things go through to go along the walls. Now if I want to have walls, I can have walls. And oh, I'd like to have my items going right. Well, it's right here. Mess that one up. Hang on. Oh, here we go. Items are going along the wall. Right? So, it's so easy to distribute things around, and so the time I spent wasn't doing that. I didn't spend a huge amount of time like redoing this contraption every floor and this part every floor. The time I spent was being like, oh, but here I need to have also 4 items going down on top of the, or 3 items going down on top of the 4 items going up. Is it possible to have 7 belts go through this space instead of 4 that I would usually have go through? So, you know, system warning, 10 minutes left before the tongue is surveyed. Oh, I forgot about that. Sorry. Sorry, let's do that. Chez les papous, il y a des papous papa et des papous papa. Et des papous papa. Chez les papous, il y a des papous papa et des papous papa. Et des papous à poux et des papous pas à poux. Donc chez les papous, il y a des papous papa à poux, des papous papa pas à poux, des papous papa pas à poux et des papous papa pas à poux. Un chasseur qui chassait fit sécher ses chaussettes sous une souche sèche. Sachez, that doesn't make sense. Sachez que son chat, sa chanté sa chanson à Samson, Samson. À Samson, I suppose. Que lit Lily sous ses lilas? Que lit Lily sous ses lilas là? Lily Liliade. Otoskog likes to give me a few diction exercises every day. You imagine a lot of buildings get abandoned in favor of just building something new elsewhere. Some people abandon their bases in Satisfactory, yeah. Not necessarily abandon, more like, oh crap, this build I did 200 hours ago is in the way. Or not, if I had planned better, I wouldn't be in such a pickle, yeah. Because then that needs to go somewhere else, but the conveyor belts still need to reach certain parts, yeah. In your world, you literally have 12 conveyor belts stacked on top of each other. It's cool, but enormous. A total bitch to modify. So the real challenge is, how do I get XYZ part to my new factory? For a lot of people, that's just not fun. Yeah. To be fair, it can be the case in this game a little bit. That's why I have a distribution system, and I just spent 3 streams having to modify. That wasn't super fun for me, but it had to be done. And it was a huge endeavor. But it was only 3 streams where it could have been like 5, 6 streams if I didn't have these tools to do that. So it was much less scary to do than it would have been otherwise. It kind of sounds like you need to put together operating procedure documents before you can change anything to avoid breaking everything. Yeah, well, that's kind of the thing with these big factory games. Foresight is like the most important skill, knowing where to build what. Did you break it, Astor? No, you did not. Oh, put away the pitchfork. The first one had me sounding like your old Renault. Peut-être que Samson est muet. Renault on a cold winter morning. Les papous? Des papous papa et des papous papa? Non, pas des papous papa papa. For the memes, you built a factory fed by a single belt part, then gets stored. and you were unprepared, dealing with belt balancers, getting the exact right amount, blah blah blah. Yeah, that's stuff of the French Revolution for now. Yeah, so in these games, I'd say the way you generally tackle this issue you were talking about, Spud, about the need to plan everything and the complexity of distributing things throughout the factory is a combination of two techniques. The first one is building modular things. So that's kind of what I'm doing. It doesn't look like it's very modular, but like this build, or rather this build, is several builds that are like stuck next to one another, right? You have things that's smelting sulfur over here and like grinding iron into iron powder, and it's pasted twice on top of itself. Then you have something that deals with the iron powder and transforms it into coins, and then you have separate layers. You can see it. It's kind of like a layered cake in a way, and you can clearly see the different layers. That's 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers, 4, 5, 6 layers, and you can like refine a few of them even more. So it's a bunch of modules stuck together, and so if you look over here, for example, this is parts that I was designing. So this is actually what's on top here, right? This here is this, with some stuff stuck to the sides. And this whole thing is actually the top of this. So I built this and then I copied it and pasted it. No, actually this one is this entire thing. But I designed this and then I pasted it over here, and then I built this behind, right? So I built them separately. So that's a way you can reduce the complexity of what you're doing. It's by being modular and having modules that interact with each other in a less complex way than their internal complexity. Right, so like here I might have like 3 different things that come into one of these big builds. I'm going to have money coming in, I'm going to have fertilizer coming in, and I'm going to have fuel coming in. And that's it. 3 inputs maximum. And generally 1 or 2 outputs. So it's like, instead of having like a very complex mess of spaghetti, I have maximum 5 belts coming in and out of a build like that. So that's one of the techniques I use. The other one is this distribution system. It's what in Factorio, for example, you'd call a bus. So it's a central spine of your factory that is going to transport, let's say, the main items that are going to be used everywhere, and distributes them from one place to another, and is charged with doing logistics, and just logistics, in a very organized way. And so you design your bus, and then you stick builds to the bus. So in Factorio, you would have like a highway of like 4 belts, 2 gaps, 4 belts, 2 gaps, 4 belts, 2 gaps, and then you branch off. And then sometimes the belt is empty, you remove it, right? Or you have produced a new item, you put it somewhere on the bus, and this entire line is going to be dedicated to that item, right? So now the planning becomes knowing in advance how wide your bus needs to be, how many belts do I need to allocate to this type of item, rather than being, oh, I need foresight of the entire factory. And then a very, very experienced player might know that, hey, I need half a belt of iron for this build, so I'm going to have like one belt that splits into, and this build is going to be taking half a belt, and this other build is going to be taking the other half, and then you distribute exactly what needs to go where. And you don't need the bus then. That's what speedrunners do, for example. But that's because they have done a lot more planning ahead of knowing exactly how much of each product they need and where they need to go, and then arranging things spatially so they can talk with each other in a meaningful way, and then being able to be like, okay, let's distribute it in the most efficient way possible. So you avoid having to do that by having a bus. So each machine is bespoke for the entire production chain, or can modules be chopped, changed, and configured to work on other production chains? A lot of the time the machines are bespoke, but for example, so I showed you the fuel module, right? So this is one fuel module. It's 9x9. It takes money as an input, and it outputs cockpit. We've seen that this is 3 times over here. Well, if we go upstairs, it's also 3 times over here. And then I modify it a little bit as I need to. But if I need something, this module has been basically designed to be a module that takes in planks or money and transforms it into cork powder. So over here I need to consume planks. And so I know that to consume like 10 table saws worth of planks, I need 3 of these modules. And in fact, this part with these table saws producing mushrooms and planks is basically the same as what we have downstairs on this machine over here. The only reason why it's not a copy-paste, and that's often the reason in this game, and actually that's one of the things that slightly peeves me with it, is that the technology has changed that I had available. So when I did it, I had beams available like this one that I did not have when I built the other one. And so one of the things that I dislike a little bit is the fact that you unlock stuff, in my opinion, too fast. In the sense that you are constantly making things obsolete that you didn't build that long ago, if that makes sense. If you look at the tech tree, so that's the tech tree, and basically throughout the game you go through the tech tree. So right now at my rank 6, I just built this black powder. My next step is to build one of these 4 items, right? Growth potion is being the next option of fertilizer. And so that's kind of my issue, is that blast potion is the next option for fuel. So I just built black powder, which is a new fuel. At rank 7, I have a new fuel, so I'm making my black powder build kinda obsolete. It's still gonna be there, but it's not gonna be my main fuel anymore, right? If I build a blast potion build. And last time... Well, transformation potion is slightly different. But yeah, I'm about to replace the fertilizer. I replaced it on the previous rank, so I didn't... Like, it's almost like every rank you replace either fuel or fertilizer or both, and these are core facilities. And it's a little bit of a hassle to have to replace things all the time, in my opinion. Because there are builds, the advanced fertilizer is a great example, actually. This build, I kinda want to redesign. Thanks to the things I unlocked this tier. But also it's completely useless, because I'm going to remove it this tier. Because I cannot sell advanced fertilizer. The only thing I can do with advanced fertilizer is use it as a fertilizer. And so if I have a new fertilizer, I'm going to remove this build. Just like you don't see a basic fertilizer build anymore. So yeah. I think it goes a little bit too fast through the different... It replaces too fast, in my opinion, the different products that are central like that. Especially if you spent a particularly long time designing, get something working beautifully for it to become irrelevant. Yeah, so like the advanced fertilizer build you see took us 12 hours to design, right? Doesn't the new one use the previous tier of fertilizer? So it was the case for advanced fertilizer compared to basic fertilizer, but growth potion do not. Growth potion is soap, clay, and some kind of liquid. So that's an entirely different build. And even if it was, it would need a complete redesign anyway, because we have unlocked a lot of different things, right? But indeed, the advanced fertilizer was an upgrade of basic fertilizer, so in that sense, this one was less frustrating to make. I agree, because you were like updating the design of the basic fertilizer and then slapping things onto it. So I kind of agree with that. And so yeah, so I reuse bits for example, over here, this build, well, these two builds in particular are all feeding this shaper to make the Saturn artifact. This build is basically a copy of this one, slightly modified. No, not a copy of this one, a copy of this one, slightly modified. The bottom part in particular. Or part of this one, actually. Anyway, it's based on this, let's just say. And it's making salt, which is one of the things we consume in here. So yeah, it's a little bit like I design one thing and actually I design two deal, right? Please tell me you were shrunk. No, it's just a build that's 4 floors high. This was my first like multiple floors build. I guess that's not entirely true, in the sense that for the Mars, well, first of all, this didn't quite fit into a floor, so I have a hole through my floor here. But it's still more or less a floor high, right? I think that counts. And this build is multiple floors, but like actual floors. It's not a huge, massive machine. So like this build, this, and we have 4 others on top, are all identical modules that do the same thing, and that could be used for something else too independently. So it's not entirely bespoke, but also like once I have done this, I won't need to redo it, right? I don't need a second, or at least until way later, I won't need more of this than I do now. So, and when I do, it might be worth redesigning anyway, with the new text I'll have. Yeah, so that's my newest JMOI, that's my newest huge build. Which is kind of broken, unfortunately. Although, no, what's broken right now is my fertilizer not being available. So that might not be the fault of this build. It might be the fault of what we built. So we'll have to fix that. That said, it is almost 3 a.m. and I have to leave at like wake up at 8 a.m. So, you know, I think I'm going to stop. Unfortunately, I have to stop. But yeah, we finished the project that we had started today. And I guess we need to fix it next time. We need to debug it. Responsible, yeah, I'll sleep 5 hours, I guess. Maybe not. I'll try my best, we'll see. I'll try to get at least a little bit of sleep. Yeah, I didn't intend to go so late, so yeah. It's with a space between sleepers and bonk. So, thank you everybody for being here tonight. Don't go anywhere quite yet. Let me find somebody we can raid, right? Ooh. Oh, hey. I have a window of my stream because I was lurking in Spuddy's stream.
This is adorable. What are you talking about? It's just a little cutie.
Aww. Thank you, Maple. Oh. Let's raid Adrian. I like hanging out with Adrian. She's been very nice and raided us also recently. So yeah, let's go say hi. Let's go share the love with Adrian. So, thank you everybody once again for being here tonight. I hope you had a great time.
Boop.
I know I did. Ooh, boop age.
Boop.
Hang on, I need to boop too.
Boop.
If you are not following the channel, do not hesitate to drop a follow. It helps me a ton. It helps you know when I'm streaming and what I'm streaming. I generally stream building games, city building games, colony building games, and sometimes puzzle games too. So that's what you can expect to find here. So yeah, if you enjoy the content and you want to find more of it, a follow goes a long way. If you want to get more involved in the community, you can join the Discord where we talk about stuff and things and where I keep you up to date on what I'm doing. It's the best way actually to know like if there is a schedule change or something like that, or being able to contribute ideas if you want to contribute ideas. You have suggestions. We have a channel dedicated for that. Yes, stuff and things. And finally, I have a YouTube channel where I upload the VODs, so that's where you can find the VODs once they are not on Twitch anymore, which eventually happens. Finally,
Boop.
boop. No, that's not what I meant. Finally, I have a raid message for you. I have a version if you have the emotes of the channel. I have a version if you do not. And let's go and say hi to Adrian. So, thank you everybody once again for being here tonight. I hope you had a great time. I hope you enjoyed the shenanigans. And I hope you'll come back for more shenanigans next time. Alright, have a great time zone, all of you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being your lovely selves. Thank you also for like the photos, for the raids and all of that. And yeah, see you next time.